each other during this difficult time. And bless us with thy spirit that we will may be examples to each other. And we say these things humbly in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please remove your head coverings, face the flag, hand over heart, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin, I want to acknowledge why we are here this evening. The City Council made the decision to cancel our regular meeting so that we could focus entirely on the crisis at hand. Tonight you will hear updates from first responders and city staff, and then we will open the floor to hear comments from the public. We ask that you keep your comments respectful and within a 2-minute limit. If you have a translator with you, we will allow no more than 4 minutes per state law. Under our meeting format, the council will not be engaging in back and forth conversation. We're here to listen. We want to hear from our residents, our business owners, and anyone who has been affected by this emergency. We know that this has been frightening. We know it's been stressful and deeply disruptive experience. Some families had to leave their homes with very little notice. Some businesses had to close. Employees lost work hours. Parents had to explain to their children why they couldn't go home. Many people have left anxious, angry, and uncertain about what comes next. Tonight, we are very thankful that many of our residents have been able to return home safely. At the same time, we know that some members of our community remain displaced. And our hope is that every resident and family will be able to return home as soon as possible and when it is safe to do so. I also want to be very clear on one critical point, that there must be accountability. GKN must be held accountable for their role in this incident. The city supports the investigations and reviews that will take place at the local, state, and federal levels. Our community deserves to know what happened, why it happened, and whether laws or regulations were violated, and what steps we must take to prevent something like this ever from happening again. Tonight, our role as a city council is to listen to their work throughout this emergency. Here to listen directly. I also want to thank our city employees who have been working across departments to support the response, communicate with the public, assist affected residents and businesses, and also help our community return home safely. And all responding public safety agencies. With that, we will begin tonight's meeting, starting with our city manager, Lisa Kim. I also want to thank our city employees who have been working across departments to support the response, communicate with the public, assist affected residents and businesses, and also help our community return home safely. With that, we will begin tonight's meeting, starting with our city manager, Lisa Kim.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? I'll speak closer to the mic. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me now? Coordination across public safety agencies, city departments, regional partners, and state and federal agencies. From the beginning, our priority was to protect life, safety, and support impacted residents and businesses and provide timely information to the community. We recognize how disruptive this incident has been. Many residents were displaced, businesses were impacted, and the community was asked to respond quickly to changing conditions. Those impacts are significant, and we do not take them lightly. While the Orange County Fire Authority and the technical experts led the hazardous materials response, city staff worked round the clock to support the broader emergency operations. That included public safety support, evacuation assistance, traffic control, resident services, call center operations, public information, logistical support, and coordination across multiple agencies. As we move forward, the city is committed to ensuring this incident is fully reviewed. We will work with the appropriate agencies and partners to understand what happened, evaluate the response, identify any steps needed to strengthen preparedness, coordination, and communication going forward. I want to personally thank our city employees for their professionalism, flexibility, and commitment throughout this response, especially over the holiday weekend. Many stepped up into urgent roles outside of their regular duties to help serve this amazing community. I want to thank OCFA, the Garden Grove Police Department, our mutual aid partners, Orange County, state and federal agencies, community partners, and the residents and businesses who showed patience and cooperation during this very difficult situation. This evening, you will hear from several department directors who will provide more details about their team's roles and the work performed during this response. As we continue moving forward through this incident, our focus remains on supporting public safety operations, assisting impacted community members and businesses, keeping the public informed, and identifying lessons that can strengthen our emergency response moving forward. I would like to turn over the next remarks to my Assistant City Manager, Matt West, who will introduce our various department directors who are integral in supporting services over the last few days.
Thank you, City Manager Kim. Yes, good evening. It has been a long several days, no longer than those that have been affected. We wanted to take this time to touch on a few of the key points that have transpired over the last several days. I'm going to first start with our Police Chief, Amir Alfara, to talk about evacuations. You're then going to hear about our field operations on street closures. I'd also like to touch on our care and receive facility that started on Friday that transitioned into our shelters that was supported by our 24/7 call center. And then lastly, you're going to hear from our Fire Chief, Craig Covey, on the latest status of the incident. So with that, Police Chief Amir, please.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone who's in attendance tonight and being here to hold this forum. I want our community to know that we understand and empathetic regarding the situation and challenging and difficult time you have gone through. I think what makes Garden Grove great as a community is that we are hardworking, selfless, and we always seem to come together during circumstances like this, and that's why I'm honored to be your police chief. I will tell you about our response that began on Thursday and then spilled over into Friday morning, where the situation escalated and became much more serious. Immediately upon speaking with our public safety partners in OCFA, we realized that there was a danger to our public and an evacuation needed to begin. We immediately called a tactical alert for our police department, which means we don't answer low priority calls because our resources would be spread thin. We brought our officers in on A and B shifts, which means they're on 12-hour shifts every day until the duration of the event. We immediately started that process of evacuating our residents. There was also a mutual aid component that was put in position. A large chunk of that was handled by our partners at Orange County Sheriff's Department, who came in and assisted with their mobile field force configurations so that we could do that. I can tell you we accomplished a complete evacuation in about 13 hours, which is a tremendous lift for all our law enforcement allied partners out there to make that happen. We realized that was a difficult situation for our community to do, but again, the way the community came together, that happened, and it went very well. We understood people were nervous about their homes being broken into, so we had officers remain in the area in high visibility patrols, as well as plain closed surveillances, and we used law enforcement technology. Unfortunately, there were some bad actors, and we did make 7 arrests since the inception of the event for individuals who were having nefarious conduct in that area. From the police perspective, we know it was difficult, but we appreciate it. Yesterday with the repopulation, that also went very well. And I am just grateful for the teamwork that went into this during this challenging time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to invite Public Works Director Sam Kim to speak on the field activities.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, and residents, tonight Public Works would like to provide a summary of support and assistance that we provide for PD, fire, and residents during the incident. There are several sections within Public Works that have been leading the effort related to this incident: the streets and trees, fleet, vehicle maintenance, environmental services, and water distribution. Our streets and trees crews were on the ground quickly, establishing initial traffic control and street closures to keep residents clear of the hazard condition. As the evacuation area grew and or reduced, streets and trees crews were adjusted the traffic control and street closures, as well as reopening streets safely in sequence on the direction of PD and Incident Command. Our fleet sections deployed a mobile fueling unit so that every Garden Grove police vehicles around the evacuation area could be refueled without leaving the scene. No coverage gaps. Command center was also kept fueled and operation throughout. So far, nothing has affected our water system or waterways. However, our environmental services and water distribution teams are taking preventive measures to keep them protected. In coordination with the Orange County Public Works and the US EPA, we are monitoring storm drain inlets and channel access points near the incident areas to prevent any runoff from entering our stormwater system. We will continue to do so. Last but not least, our animal care services team has prepared to receive, shelter, and care for displaced animals if needed. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to provide a summary.
Thank you. And now I'd like to invite Assistant City Manager Ursula Luna Reynosa to discuss our shelter and care.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and the community. First, I'd like to say I'm very proud to work for the City of Garden Grove. It has been, as Chief Almera said, an honor to work alongside my colleagues during this. All departments contributed in some fashion, and so I'm purposefully not acknowledging specific individuals or departments, as this was truly an all-hands effort. I'd like to start by talking about the Care and Receive facility. So this was uplifted very quickly. Friday, May 22nd, by 8 a.m., we were welcoming evacuees into the Garden Grove Sports and Recreation Center. There was a total of 447 evacuees that attended the duration of this period. And one particular story, there were many, but evidencing how this did help the community, there was a senior woman with a dog and a walker. She was incredibly scared as she approached the center. It was very chaotic. There were many people at once rushing into this center, and staff noticed that she was particularly very uncomfortable. So they found a seat for her next to a TV where she would be able to monitor the situation. She had a lot of questions. She was very concerned about the future, and staff made sure she was comfortable with her pet. And this once frightened woman ended up becoming an ambassador, welcoming others, helping them feel comfortable and get situated. I'd like to next focus on the call center. So our IT department stood this up on a 24/7 call center, which we have a new respect for public safety, who's used to working 24/7 hour shifts. We are not in City Hall. And this was to provide information to concerned members. A public hotline was created where people could call and ask questions about the incident. Staff from various departments signed up to answer the phones. There were over 70 employees and 5 CERT and VIP volunteers that gave up their holiday weekend to do this, again on a 24/7 basis. The call center was operating by noon on Friday, May 22nd. At its peak, 20 concurrent phone lines were in operation, and approximately 8,000 calls have received, and we're still counting, and we were able to divert calls from 911 dispatch. A story here was a non-English speaker called at 2 a.m. She had been directed to a facility that was full and didn't know where to go. She was very confused and afraid and upset, and the call center staff member directed her where to go. There were closures due to the evacuation, and gave her specific directions and took her phone number so that they could call later to make sure she got settled at the facility that they directed her to, and they ensured that she did get there and was settled. Under the direction of the city's PIO, an incident webpage was stood up. This webpage included an interactive map allowing residents to determine where they live relative to the evacuation zone. This was very dynamic as new information was constantly being fed, and coordination to ensure that correct information was on the website. The care and receive facilities were not set up for overnight visitors. There are certain parameters that are required for that. Because this was a multi-jurisdictional event, Orange County EOC was set up, and they had the contract with Red Cross to stand up the shelters, the overnight shelters. So the first shelter that was stood up was at Freedom Hall, a county facility in Fountain Valley. It was a very fluid situation. We were all told that Bolsa High School was going to be the first facility to be stood up, and literally an hour to 45 minutes before that time, we were told that Bolsa High School wasn't going to work out due to some graduations and needs for that school facility. Red Cross is required to enter into contracts with these facilities, and so Freedom Hall was selected and stood up very, very quickly. After that, JFK High School at La Palma, Ocean View High School in Huntington Beach, Savannah High School in Anaheim, which was initially stood up by the city of Anaheim, but Red Cross ended up taking over as an overnight shelter because they had the correct restroom facilities. Golden West College in Huntington Beach, Los Amigos High School in Fountain Valley, and Los Alamitos High School in Los Alamitos. All of those were facilities stood up for this purpose. As of 6 p.m. yesterday, before the press briefing indicating the reduced evacuation site, there were 1,250 people sheltered. And as of 7 a.m. this morning, only 362 people were still being sheltered in these facilities. Red Cross is required to give 24 hours notice before the shelter can go away, and a shelter option will remain until the last household is returned home. There's likely going to be some consolidation tomorrow, as we only have 362 people remaining. Really, words of gratitude to our partner agencies, city staff, the community businesses. I would like to highlight the generosity from the hospitality industry, food and beverage. So many Garden Grove businesses, restaurants donated food during these last few days. The Garden Grove hoteliers immediately provided discounted rates to the hotels for evacuees, and they provided the use of their shuttle to get people from our care and receive facility to Freedom Hall. Visit Anaheim, our partner destination marketing organization, reached out countywide to their network of hoteliers to get additional discounted rates as our hotels were filling up. There was a total of 1,753 Garden Grove businesses in the initial evacuation zone. This is per our Garden Grove business license data. And as of the reduced evacuation, only 821 Garden Grove businesses. The large reduction occurred in home-based businesses in particular. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ursula. And now at this time, I'd like to invite OCFA Chief Craig Covey.
Good evening. My name is Craig Covey. I'm a Division Chief covering fire services, supervising fire services in the city of Garden Grove. I'm going to kind of run you through the timeline today. I know many of you have been paying attention to the media and our communications, but I am going to go all the way back to the start just to give you a little bit of a picture of how we responded, what occurred, and then especially I'm going to spend a little more time on the update from yesterday and today. So I know you guys really want to know what's the current status, and so this will be a little bit of a lengthy remark. I do want to apologize. I'm sure some of you see me texting during this. I am still actively running the incident, and my texts are involved managing what's still going on field operations. Thank you. Okay, continuing. At 3:22 p.m. on Thursday, May 21, our 911 center received a call about an active leak at GKN facility over off of Western. Crews arrived on scene pretty quickly. You sent a full hazmat response to it, which includes a Type 1 hazmat team with supporting members and leadership. When they got on scene, they found 3 tanks in the property, as you've seen back at the end of the alley, and a sprinkler was activated, and a pressure valve at the top of the tanks was releasing vapor. This product is, we've all known now, it's called MMA, which is I have a hard time with this one, macrylate. It's highly volatile, highly toxic, and highly flammable. So our immediate actions were to isolate, deny entry, and determine the scope of this spill. During those immediate actions, we recognized one of the first chief officers that were there early in the response is from our hazmat program, and he recognized the urgency to cool the tank. The facility had turned on their sprinkler system. They activated their emergency response. We came in and supplemented it with that hose stream that you've seen on there that was on that incident for days, flowing 1,250 gallons a minute, supported by that engine that was sitting there by itself. Those cooling measures were successful. It reduced the pressure. The tank had been bulging. The pressure release was releasing. That tank was imminently ready to blow. Those teams, that critical first decision is likely going to affect the actual outcome of this incident. We initiated, after conversations with the potential of this, we initiated evacuations. Way the fire service works and working with our partners with law enforcement, we're the mitigation, they're the evacuations. We make the recommendations to them. Chief Amir and his staff approve them. He supported our request for a half-a-mile evacuation. That was initiated. With any evacuation, firefighter safety and public safety is the primary reason we do it. Removing the public safety out of it changes the approach we can do. We can focus more on firefighter safety versus going out and taking additional risks to rescue people. That's why we do that. We need it to be timely, get you out of there, and remove that portion of the complexity of the incident. So crews took action, started going to work. We were supported by response members from GKN and took care of the incident that night. While I was there during this whole time, things continued to trend in the right direction. The leaking had stopped. The confidence levels were high that we could go back in there. We can put in that inhibitor, that neutralizer, to stabilize the tank and reduce the explosion potential. After getting all the information from our SMEs, my hazmat team and the plant managers, and the continued progress of the incident, we made the determination to repopulate you. That's why you came back in, because of the information I had received. Throughout that night, we continued to go in and work on that mitigation effort. Approximately 3:30 or 4 in the morning, I received a phone call from the incident commander. I had gone home at this time, and the incident commander advised me that what we thought was occurring was in fact unable to be done. The valves were gummed up and frozen, and we were unable to insert the inhibitor that we believed we could do. With that notification, I immediately responded back to the scene. We had a conversation that we needed to re-evacuate, which is what occurred that morning. With further assessment of everything, including the important detail of determine what's the size of the explosion potential, that we call that the BLEVE, the boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. We needed to know the footprint of that potential. When we were getting that information back, we determined that we needed to extend the evacuation zone another half a mile. So moving forward, we're really putting in as much risk management principles as we can to keep our firefighters safe. We didn't do a lot of action through into the scene during daylight hours. That's when the sun is on the tank and it's at its most vulnerability. So there were delays in temperatures. I know there was concerns from the residents. Why are we not getting temperatures? Because we were not putting firefighters in harm's way to get those temperatures during the day. Our focus was at night, During the day, we were working on the alternative strategies and the defensive strategies to protect the environment. We were putting downstream diking in our waterways with underhung dams. This product floats on water, so if we did have a release, it would float on the water, and we took mitigations to protect it from getting out into the ocean by building those dams in our waterways and capture anything that was floating on it. So on Friday, we were able to visualize. Many people have asked, well, why couldn't we put a drone in there and see it from a drone? We were unable to see the gauge with the drone due to the water curtain. So we did have to put humans and our firefighters in there to go in and visualize that gauge and get us our intel. The first temperature check was 77 degrees. On Saturday, firefighters went back in and the temperature check was 90 degrees. So that was that raise that I've talked about. Also on Saturday night, during our assessment, we determined what we thought was a crack in the tank. That was a watershed moment for us as we were trying to figure out those alternatives. We had had the conversation, as all of you have heard me say, there was only two options provided to us by the experts. This thing was gonna fail and have a catastrophic chemical spill of 6,000 gallons of MMA, or it was gonna blow up in a massive levee explosion. That was the options we were given, and for the fire service, it was unacceptable. That's why we were doing these actions on Friday and Saturday, risk managing everything we were doing for our firefighter safety, but we had to get the intel of the tank and its stability and what was it doing. And the key component to that is the temperature check. But with that crack, that took away and made us feel something we had been thinking about, is that we were controlling the time temperature curve of how quickly that liquid was heating, and was it going to go into thermal runaway. Okay, once that liquid gets up about 150 degrees, somewhere in that ballpark, it goes into rapid 4-to-1 expansion, a 4-factor expansion, and at 225 it detonates. So on Sunday, with that additional information and the trending of the tank, we were able to go in and remove that outer shell. Okay, that outer shell was to keep the weather off the tanks. So we needed to get it off to get that cooling directly on the tanks. So that was that activity you saw Saturday night. The temperature of the tank was 100 degrees. Firefighters were in there, but it was slowing down. That was an important moment to us. It was slowing down. So we went in and took the shells off. The next morning, the tank had cooled down to 92 degrees because of these actions. So with these trends and the removal of the Levee massive explosion potential was our decision moment yesterday to start bringing the public back in there. I hold a serious responsibility to this. I'm not going to put anybody anywhere that I wouldn't put my family in there. It matters to me. You matter to me. I'm not going to bring you back before we're ready. I already made the mistake earlier. I wasn't going to do it again. So 65% of the evacuations returned. A huge, huge success, but we're not done. A large amount of the residents that are left are from Stanton. There's about 12,000 and change from Stanton. We still have a couple thousand from this community. I want them home. Today and yesterday, we continued with those efforts. Monitoring a tank, now we're more offensive, we're more inside the operational area. Routine temperature checks so we can see that trend. What is it doing? Is it on the up, or is it down, or stable? I was happy to report it stayed stable yesterday. It was stable today. It actually dropped down to 90 degrees. With those benchmarks being met, during that period, today was important, and last night, to deal with the 15,000 gallon tank that had not been treated. Last night, we treated 4,000 gallons of it by transferring it to the other tank that had been treated and remove 4,000 of that 11,000 gallons. So there's 11,000 left. Today's focus, number one, was to neutralize that 11,000 gallons, and that's been done. We've removed the volatility of that tank. Can it still burn? Yes, it's flammable, but we've removed the explosive potential that would have added to the 6,000 gallon tank and making that explosion more significant. Second thing was we needed to test the stability of the tank. All of our data was going right. All the experts from AQMD, EPA, the emergency response team that was hired by GKN, and our hazmat technicians are all in full alignment with what was going on but we needed the data to back it. With that data trend backing it, today, if you saw it on TV, this was the watershed moment. We turned off the water system, that deluge system that was keeping the tanks cool. And for the last 3 hours, we've been monitoring it, okay? This will be the critical moment of where we move forward with the ability to get everybody back home. Thank you.
Again, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this concludes our report on an update to you. We are available for questions or let us know what you need.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there anything that you would like to ask of staff at this time? Otherwise, I'll move into oral communication. All right. Sure.
One question before the 65% returned home, what was prepared before to ensure that they were safe to go back?
Thank you, Councilwoman. There's a whole repopulation process that goes into before we bring people home. Again, we have to validate it's safe. So all of our experts did their modeling, okay? And when we do modeling, we take in the weather forecast for the next 5 days and determine the average wind speeds, the average temperatures, averages of everything, and also the upper ends of both. So with that, we determine the size of the evacuation zone that we can bring it back down to. And we map all that out and ensure that our modeling fits within the evacuation zone we're proposing to the police chief. And we have to advise the police chief and all the unified police commanders of this. They're the final decision, entrusting it from us on, yes, we will bring the evacuation in. So with that, we have to build a whole new perimeter. Right, we still have homes that are in there that need to be protected and kept safe from anything going on, residents going back and everything else. So that takes a little bit of time. With the concurrence of the police chiefs, the healthcare agency, the EPA, and our technicians, it was determined it was safe to bring them back in and initiate the build out of the new plan, the new box. And that was done throughout the day. That's why we couldn't do it in the morning, because we got to rebuild the new box. And as soon as that box was done is when we had the press conference to get them back in.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman.
This is for the public awareness. Could you tell us how many evacuees do we have at the public at the shelter after repopulation?
Currently at the shelter, there are 362 people currently being sheltered as of 7 a.m. this morning.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Chief Covey, also for our public, could you go into a little bit more detail about the MMA substance itself with the concerns over the leak? Could you tell us more about the nature of MMA and why we feel that it is safe, in fact, for the folks that repopulated to go back into their homes?
As a leader of this team, I'm not a hazmat specialist and qualified. So I can't get into the detail that I think that you may want. I think we've been sharing that quite a bit. Some of the specific properties of it to understand is that it is heavier than air. Okay, so when stuff comes out just on a leak, it's going to settle down to the ground. And we have active monitoring in layers around the tank to pick up any of that leaking. If it had been blown up, that's when it would have been thrown up into the air and caused a plume. So it's heavier in air and it settles to the ground first. And then it is lighter than water, so it floats on water. We did literally from the get-go, our hazmat team, one of the first things they do is start sampling the water, determine the pH level of the product we're dealing with, and that drives what chemical protection suits we use to mitigate the incident. I'm really happy to report that all of those meters, when we got them in place and the water sampling, but at the time we did it, we did not find anything that was currently in the environment. The issue at the time was the explosion potential that was driving the nature of our response.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Question?
Chief, I would like to know if, is there a future plan or something that we can actually work with the company to prevent this from gonna happen again?
Absolutely. So your city manager is really spearheading a team to get together that will include all the essential staff from the city, as well as the critical staff from OCFA, including myself, our fire marshal, assistant fire marshal, and our deputy fire marshal, with everybody they need for all the history they have there, all the inspectors that go in there and do that. We will absolutely engage in support with city leadership to go into GKN and any of our properties that may have something like this and ensure to the best of our ability we're getting good inspections done. I do want to have a go back, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Sure.
I was obviously pretty busy and focused. We had a town hall today that your city manager led for our staff. And it was a great moment for me to hear what went on behind me during this incident. Needless to say, I was pretty task fixated. I cannot express my appreciation and impression of what went on behind here with the city leadership and all the staff coming in from home on a holiday weekend and taking care of your residents. I just want to really emphasize this. I do this all over the country. I've been to Puerto Rico, I've been to Lahaina, I was down in Texas last year in Guadalupe River floods. This was one of the better responses I've ever seen.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, I think with that, we'll go ahead and move into oral communication. I'll remind everyone that the time limit is 2 minutes, 4 if you have an interpreter with you, and if you could please state your name and the city that you live in.
And with Senator Orange County Supervisor Janet Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I apologize for my dress attire. I've been at the command stations and all the shelters for the last several days with you, Mayor, and with some of you council members as well. And so I'm dressed down the last few days because I've been running around. Mayor, council members, and to the residents of Garden Grove, I wanted to take this moment to recognize the extraordinary effort this city has put forward over the past several days. From the very beginning of this crisis, I was at the command center and at the shelters, hearing directly from evacuated residents and helping connect families with information, resources, and support. And from the very beginning, your mayor, Mayor Klopfenstein, was right there along my side. She showed up, she stayed, and she fiercely advocated for our residents every step of the way. We spent countless hours together at the command center, the EOC, the different EOC, and the shelters throughout this emergency. Even on Friday night, she and I were there at the Freedom Hall in Fountain Valley, putting up the beds and getting this facility ready. I also want to recognize and thank Councilmember Cindy Tran, who was at the command centers every day and also helping deliver food to residents at the shelters, just like myself and the mayor. I also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem George Brightingham. He's always at the command center, sitting right next to the mayor and myself. And this morning I actually joked and I said, hey, us three musketeers, because we are there and we're there to ask questions. And to Councilmember Ariana as well. She was at the command center several times, and also I saw her Friday night at the Garden Grove Recreation Center. And so I thank you for showing up and for being there. The mayor and the city of Garden Grove work around the clock alongside the County of Orange, Orange County Fire Authority, and every responding agency to protect this community. We had the best of the best in Orange County that showed up days in, days out, 24 hours. I've also been deeply moved by the outpouring of support from this community, neighbors helping neighbors. Small businesses stepping up to feed our residents and first responders. Garden Grove showed the rest of Orange County what it looks like when a community comes together during a crisis. I know this has been a difficult and emotional time for many families, but we are stronger together as one united Garden Grove, and all that thanks to our leadership of the mayor. At this time, Orange County Fire Authority and responding agencies continue working around the clock to safely return the remaining evacuees home as quickly as possible. Our number one goal has always been and still is the protection of the residents and their safety. South Coast Air Quality Management District and the US EPA will continue monitoring air quality, waterways, and also the sewage system. To our residents, experts have been monitoring this incident since Friday, and at this time have determined there has been no chemical leakage and no change in air or water quality. Your safety has and will continue to remain our number one goal and priority throughout this incident. If you are no longer within the evacuation zone, it is safe to return home. But if you are still within the new zone, please stay away. And please know this, the County of Orange, AQMD, and the City of Garden Grove are committed to getting answers and fully understanding what occurred. In addition, after hearing our concerns, District Attorney Todd Spitzer has opened an investigation. I also want to thank the police chief, the Garden Grove Police Department, the city manager, and every city employee who worked tirelessly throughout this emergency.
Let her please finish. There was not a clock up, so I apologize. We'll get a... I'm sorry, I'm not seeing back there. I'm looking at that right there, and there's never been a clock up. So I'm going to allow her to finish. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. When this community needed you most, you were there. Your city staff, the stories I've heard, Friday and Thursday, they, instead of going home, they actually asked to volunteer and stay over. And you had call centers that went from 5 phones, 10 phones, and ongoing. And so we want to thank your city staff for what you have done and for hearing the call for help. So thank you again, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for standing up and being part of this resolution and helping our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, moving forward, is there an opportunity to get the clock on that screen?
Sure.
Thank you very much. That's fine, but I need to look over to that one right there. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have Madison Marks Noble.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maddie Marks Noble, and I'm here on behalf of Senator Tony Strickland. The senator wants to extend a sincere gratitude to the many individuals and organizations who stepped up during the Western incident in Garden Grove. Thank you to Mayor Kloppenstein and the City Council, the County of Orange, and elected officials from neighboring cities for their leadership and coordination. We are especially grateful to the Orange County Fire Authority, law enforcement, emergency responders, healthcare workers, public works crews, and the American Red Cross, and all the volunteers and community organizations that all stepped up to help. The senator visited evacuation sites, and he was deeply impressed by the resilience and the care shown. While we are grateful for all the efforts so far, we know the situation is ongoing and some residents remain displaced. We will continue working together to support everyone until the recovery is complete. And of course, the senator offers any help to the city and then the residents as well. If you want to go to our website, we can help with any state agency services for our constituents here in Garden Grove. Thank you again to everyone who has responded, volunteered, donated resources, checked on neighbors, and worked around the clock to help those affected during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Colin Edwards.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. On behalf of Assemblyman Taw, thanks so much for your leadership over the last few days. It's been a long weekend. Really appreciate your support to take care of the community. On behalf of Assemblyman Taw, I want to express our gratitude, of course, to the City Council, City staff, Chief Covey, Chief Alfaro, thank you. I'm totally grateful. I'm not going to read my entire speech. I just want to convey that whatever it takes in Sacramento to prevent this from happening again, please let us know. We want to be there for the accountability piece, for the legislation piece, whatever we can do, the funding piece to support Garden Grove and the surrounding cities that were impacted by this. Tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m., our office is going to offer a grocery gift card giveaway for impacted residents if you were evacuated at our office on Beach Boulevard near Hazard. 9 to 5 or until supplies run out in partnership with a local nonprofit. We have $50 gift cards available for H Mart and for Vons. Again, our office is at 14361 Beach Boulevard in the city of Westminster at 9 a.m. or until supplies run out. We'll close at 5. Thanks so much for your leadership, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Charlene Cuellar.
Good evening, Mayor Klopfenstein, City Council members, city staff, and neighbors. My name is Charlene Cuellar, and I'm a Garden Grove parent, resident, and longtime volunteer in our local schools and community. Like many people these past few days, I've been deeply concerned for the families affected by the evacuation orders and uncertainty surrounding the incident. As a parent, my first thought is to go to the children and the families impacted, especially during what should be a joyful time here in our community with graduations and end-of-year celebrations at schools. And when I visited the evacuation support site at Golden West College yesterday, what stayed with me most was seeing parents holding young children's hands and families trying to just figure out what they're gonna do next. I also did see neighbors meeting other neighbors and checking in on each other and sharing stories about their shared experiences. And it was a reminder about how much our community really cares for one another. I want to thank our firefighters, police officers, emergency crews, city staff, and the volunteers and organizations like the American Red Cross that stepped in quickly to support our residents. I also appreciate our local leaders for continuing communication and for also holding this meeting tonight. And moving forward, I hope we continue leading with transparency and collaboration. Our community deserves to have honest communication about what happened. Thank you very much. And what risks also still may exist out there. So, and what steps are being taken to protect our public health and for our safety in our communities. Not to create fear, but to create trust in all of us here tonight and are concerned. Because moments like this must remind us that we are all connected, and when challenges happen in our city, we move forward and best by facing them together. Thank you, Garden Grove. Thank you, Mayor.
Maureen Blackman. Maureen Blackman.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm here to reiterate the information that I have passed on today. There's a lot to say, but the best thing to say is thank God for keeping us safe so far. There are more questions than answers, but that's okay. There'll be plenty of time for debriefing and finding answers. But for right now, we just look at the people who have behaved up to this point. To the residents who were asked to evac with little or no warning, thank you. You put yourselves and your families aside and the comfort to do the unthinkable, leave your life behind. To the Orange County Fire Authority's Chief Covey and the entire OCTA staff, you put life and limb on the line to navigate this crisis. The pressure of 50,000 people, thousands of homes and businesses were affected. And so I know that you battled through it. We keep you in our prayers and thank you for your steady leadership. To the Garden Grove Police Chief, Amira Farah, and your team, you kept and continued to keep the peace in an enormous evacuation zone. Minimal arrest tells us that the bad guys know, don't mess with Garden Grove PD. To Supervisor Janet Nguyen, you provided steady leadership and support for our first responders. We relied on your presence and updates to keep us informed. To City Manager Lisa Kim and the Garden Grove staff, thank you. We will know more about your actions that you took during this crisis, but for now, I simply say thank you. To our Mayor Public Works, you're the unsung heroes of this city. You put your head down and do the work and never ask for glory. During this crisis, you also had the Strawberry Festival to keep going on, and they relied on you, and your work did not go unnoticed. To our mayor, you never truly know how much someone will respond in a crisis until the moment arrives. During this emergency, you gave everything you had, from making difficult decisions at City Hall to keeping the public informed, visiting shelters, and serving as a source of comfort and reassurance.
Ms. Blackman,
leadership
your
is
time is
tested
almost
in
up.
moments like these. Thank you. George, thank you. Strawberry Festival, thank you.
Next speaker, Sandy Ishii.
For the rude people, thanks.
Thank you, City Council, for holding this event today. I'm deeply grateful to all of you for your communication and to our first responder heroes for keeping us safe. I'm Sandy Ishii, community member since 1964 and homeowner since 1989, as well as a retired Garden Grove Unified School principal. To begin, it's shocking to me that a company using MMA for manufacturing was allowed into a populated area with a possible impact on schools, families, and other businesses. Questions. Why was GKN Aerospace allowed to use MMA explosive chemicals within a 1-mile radius of schools and family homes? Are there other companies in our area with similar dangers to our community? Given GKN's history of violations and neglect, can the city work with other government agencies to get it shut down immediately? Suggestions. Create easy access and transparency to information on businesses who utilize hazardous materials. Create an oversight committee which includes citizens from all sections of Garden Grove, not just in working through solutions in this crisis, but utilized to proactively avoid future crises. Create a system to get inter-community crisis management, which also includes the special needs of disabled, elderly, multi-language families in times of crisis in regard to transportation and facilities which can support special needs. 4 households in my own family were evacuated. We just came back last night from the city of West Garden Grove, Cypress, and Staten. And we are very grateful to all of you and for all of you for keeping us safe. Truly, this is the word on the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Lee. Jennifer Lee.
Okay. Hi all, my name is Jennifer Lee and I'm from District 1. First, thanks to all the fire authorities and first responders. I'm really grateful to the city, especially all the teachers, peers I've met from Patton Elementary, Bell Intermediate, and Pacifica High School. We've all been really anxious, sleepless, and frustrated. Today, my best friend is still evacuated. He had to leave with nothing but his work laptop and pets. His outdoor cats, he wasn't able to bring with him, and to this day, he's still worried if they have any food outside. I'm here because I need to urge GKN to cease operations in Garden Grove. We don't want a military manufacturer here that trades supplies for war machines. We demand and reject any GKN expansions, including any new permits. We do not want them in our city. And we need to hold GKN accountable for violating environmental regulations. The following I demand from the city to protect our community of vulnerable backgrounds, especially those displaced. We need reliable and accessible communication and translations, urgent points and actual next steps. There's a lot of miscommunication on Ring app. I know a lot of people here saw. I do appreciate Derek Tran's text on Saturday at 4:22 p.m., though I did wish it did come sooner. I do thank the OC Environmental Justice Org for being the quickest I saw to provide translations in Vietnamese, Spanish, and Korean. And I also urge us to implement a detailed emergency plan for future chemical incidents, fires, natural disasters, everything. I think that we also need direct input from the community, all areas of the city in Garden Grove, and anyone who was disproportionately impacted. But it is a resilient community, and I do appreciate everyone's teamwork in this.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nathan Tran. Nathan Tran.
Council, Mayor, my name is Nathan Tran. I'm a lifelong resident of Garden Grove, and I'm a child of immigrants and a proud community organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The crisis we are still in is unprecedented, however not surprising. For all my childhood, I passed by this industrial zone down Lamson on my way to school at Patton Elementary, Bell Intermediate, and Pacifica. And I've always wondered, looking out the car window, what's going to happen when shit blows up? Now we're seeing that. The city, county, and state have hilariously failed to meet the needs of those evacuated and the community as a whole. From my conversations with friends, families, and community members who had to leave their homes, everyone shares the same sentiment. Confusion from lack of centralized, clear communication, crowded shelters with not nearly anywhere the amount of beds for those displaced, the cost of travel being turned away from 2, 3, 4, 5 shelters, the cost of hotels eating at pockets of already struggling working families. Evacuees have had to sleep in their cars or tents because the city has failed to open shelters in any timely manner. This failure to meet the needs of tens of thousands of Orange County residents does not bode well for any sort of emergency response. It is not an if, but when there is a disaster, man-made or natural, the incompetence we are seeing, we cannot have happen right now. The city should have contingencies to properly house those affected by emergencies, a reliable and authoritative source of information regarding the crisis, and guarantees that a disaster like this will never happen again. The indignity, embarrassment, and stress felt by our community as they navigate this crisis with little to no help from you or the county is unacceptable. The city has a duty to its community and must hold manufacturers like GKN accountable. A military plant has no place across the street from an elementary school, residential neighborhoods, or anywhere for that matter. Workers in this community shouldn't have to depend on a military manufacturer for decent, well-paying, unionized
Sir, your
jobs,
time is up.
and should be transitioned to safer, more regulated facilities that do not aid the military-industrial complex. The city needs
Sir,
to
your
do
time
more
is
for
up.
its evacuees and must end its contract.
Your time is up, please.
Next speaker, we have Laureana Adriano. Laureana Adriano. We're going to start queuing up our speakers. So the next speaker is going to be Kellyanne Wallace Jeffrey and Jenin Awada. So Laureana, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Laureana. I was on the ground the day of the evacuation orders, and what I saw on the ground was truly heartbreaking. I talked to so many people who had left essential medications, who had left pet food, who had left things that they needed to survive from a day-to-day basis at home with no communication about when they would be able to go back. And also these people were sleeping, a lot of them were sleeping in cars outside of shelters because, as Nathan said, a lot of the shelters that were opened had 200 beds. So most people who came were not able to get a bed, and they were turned away and they had to sleep in their cars. These are elderly people sleeping in cars with pets. So yeah, it was just everywhere I went that night and the days after, it was heartbreak after heartbreak. And Nathan's right, there is a lot more the city and the state and the government should have done for these people. Why were evacuees not housed? There are empty housing units all across this city. Empty housing units all across this city. Hotels were allowed to racket up prices. Hotels were allowed to charge emergency rates for families who couldn't even buy food for the night. We have demands from the ground, which is to house evacuees now for the 16,000 that are still out, to freeze rents and mortgages immediately, for transparent communications from the city and the government, for no war machine in our backyard. Nathan's right. GKN should not be allowed to operate across from an elementary school. It's shameful. No profiteering from disaster. No hotels, no corporations should be able to profit from tragedy. And hold GKN accountable. Shut it down and give those workers safe jobs that they can go to. Thank you.
City Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your passion, but if we could keep it to clapping, please. The catcalling, the back and forth, that's not acceptable, and that's not the tact and decorum that I expect inside a council chamber, which is what this is now. So if you could please just keep it to clapping, please. That would be respectful and helpful to us this evening. We have a lot of speakers to get through. Please.
Hello. So my name is Keelan, and I'm an evacuee, and I'm also an ESL teacher. For me, I've been very busy right now, as well as working and going back to school. So I want to start off by talking about my own experience, and then I want to talk about how this is affecting everyone. So for me, I've been so busy that I just woke up Friday morning and my mom told me about the news. And I was like, yeah, I heard something last night, but I didn't really take it seriously. So I went to school thinking, oh, it's a normal day. And then no, she texted me, oh, don't come home. Go to your grandma's house because it's an evacuation zone. So the whole weekend I was just away from my stuff. And I actually have it off pretty easy because even though I was away from my stuff and had a pretty difficult weekend, there's 16,000 people at least who are still in the evacuation zone. And it's such a hard time for them. And all of this is happening to us because GKN built this huge tank full of toxic chemicals in our communities. And it's all for the military-industrial complex. This does not serve working people. And I agree with Lauriana, I agree with Nathan, we should shut it down. So we have demands. I'm also, with Nathan, I'm also a member of the Party for Social Liberation, and that's our demand, shut it down. Then everyone here can say it with me, shut it down. And that's all I want to have to say.
Jenin Awada. Isabella Davidson and Ubaida will be next. So Jenin Awada.
Hello, council members. My name is Janana Ueda. I'm a lifelong resident of Garden Grove in District 2, and I'm an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement. We started this meeting today talking about glorifying the city's response to this disaster. Mayor, you mentioned that there are still some people who are still displaced. There are over 10,000 people who are still displaced. There are over 40,000 people who are evacuated and displaced from their homes throughout the past few days. People who have been sleeping in their tents on the street, children who have been sleeping in their tents, people who have been sleeping in their cars who have not had access to food. Why are we downplaying the situation? And why did this happen? The GKN facility in Garden Grove has been receiving notices to comply and notices of violation from the Southern California Air Quality Managed District since 2013. Just last year, they settled over $900,000. And here we are a year later in a health and environmental crisis as a direct result of their operation right here in our city. Garden Grove residents and many from surrounding cities have been displaced. They've been exposed to toxic chemicals, all because of GKN's operations, which produce components for F-35 jets, which are then used to bomb people in Palestine, to destroy people's homes, to displace people from their land. And we allow this to take place right here in our city. Mayor, you said that GKN must be held accountable, and it is your responsibility to ensure that this takes place. It is the responsibility of every single member on this council to do everything in your power to ensure that GKN is held accountable. You must reject the expansion of GKN. You must shut down GKN. And you must pass and adopt an immediate moratorium to ensure that new military manufacturing facilities and expansions to existing ones do not take place.
Your time is up. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. If everybody could please take their seats. Madam Clerk, I'm ready for you to start calling cards again. Thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3. I'm going to queue up the next three speakers. Isabella Davidson, Obeida, and Tony Flores. And after Tony Flores, we have Scott Harrison.
Testing, good evening. One moment. Good evening, council members. My name is Isabella Davidson. I'm a public policy graduate student at USC focused on security policy. My loved ones live in District 4. I want to express my support for the community and everyone responding to the chemical spill. I want to offer my assistance, and I believe that there are many students who would be willing to volunteer their time and skills to help however the city needs, whether that's community outreach, research, organizing resources, supporting recovery efforts, or seeing what can be done to make sure nothing like this ever happens again, or at least minimize it as much as possible. I'd be grateful for the opportunity to connect with staff or community leaders about how students can contribute in a meaningful and responsible way. I have found that there are many who want to help but have been experiencing some difficulty getting involved. So my request is for the city to aid in pathways for those who want to help to be able to assist, because this recovery period is not over for many, many, many people. And once again, just wanted to thank everyone who has been assisted or has been assisting, and I want to send my thoughts and compassion to everyone who is still experiencing suffering or displacement, because there are many, many, many folks who are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obeida.
Hi, my name is Ubeida, and I'm an organizer with the Peace and Freedom Party. And I want to start off by saying that this crisis should have never happened in the first place. GKN should never have been allowed to be next to a school. It should never have been allowed to be put next to homes. It should never have been allowed to be in Garden Grove in the first place. I've been on the ground every single day this crisis has happened, and I want to share a story about somebody that I've met. Their name is Betty, and they're an elderly couple who, for the first 2 days, were sleeping in a hotel. And the hotel, over that 2-day span, had jacked up the prices. So much so that Betty and her husband and their 9 pets could not afford to stay there anymore. So on the 3rd day, they had chosen, because there were no other options, there were no open shelters, to go back home. And she told me specifically that she was either going to wake up in the morning or meet Jesus. That is not a decision that anybody in Orange County, in California, in America should ever have to make during a time of crisis. The city of Garden Grove and Orange County have failed to meet the needs of its poorest people. It has failed to take over the hotels and give people safe places to stay when there were not enough beds and cots. Multiple people behind me have spoken about the fact that they had gone from shelter to shelter, that cots in these shelters were at a maximum of 200 when there were 50,000 people at most displaced. There are still 16,000 people displaced and not even 2,000 cots. This makes no sense. All of the work that's been done to house these people has been a failure. People have been going to their friends' houses, 20 people in a home of 2 rooms. And people like Betty, there are thousands of people like Betty who had to make the decision to either wake up or die because they could not afford or find a shelter to house themselves and their loved ones. GKN should have never been in Garden Grove. Companies like GKN should never be allowed to operate in times of crisis. Why are we still giving money to weapons manufacturers? Why are we still giving money to these places that only hurt our citizens? GKN should get shut down. The workers of GKN should get better, safer jobs so they don't have to be working here. And the city of Garden Grove and the people of Garden Grove should all be reimbursed for this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Flores.
Good evening, I'm Tony Flores. Just want to say thank you once again to Mayor Stephanie and of course Councilmember Joe Devin. You folks took the time during what you were doing to reach out to us, make sure we were safe. Especially Council Member and Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. George Bradigan. Thanks for checking on us, making sure that the families were safe and everybody was doing well with that. So we appreciate that, everything you had going on. People are blaming, companies, the city, et cetera, et cetera. The blame is mine, actually. Part of the blame is mine, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm a citizen that hasn't really checked in on things that are happening with companies like this. This is our fault too. It belongs to the citizens as well. People want us. Excuse me. Really?
Please, let's have some decorum. If someone's speaking, let's not speak over him, please.
Yeah. You have your opinion, I have mine. So in any case, like I said, it's my fault for not looking in on this, okay? This is what we're doing. We've witnessed here over the last few months, last year, so we're talking about ordinances for non-smoking in public parks, wasting time and energy on anti-ICE resolutions. We could have been using that time.
Please. Please.
Wasting time on that kind of stuff. So we don't need to be doing that. So right now, what we need to be doing is use this as opportunity to look at those issues that are at GKN, look at the root cause and causes, look at the corrective actions, implement those, and then take a look at the other companies that are using, handling, and storing hazardous chemicals in our city, and then use that as a template. We don't want to lose our tax base, but we also want to make sure that our citizens are safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Scott Harrison.
Scott Harrison, District 1. Thank you all for everything you've done. I don't want to keep repeating the thanks and stuff. I also would like to apologize that you got to hear the same rant over and over. It'd be nice if folks could have a new or important thought and didn't just drown us in the same rhetoric over and over. My point that I'm asking for is just to do the investigations that we need to do to find out how we can help not have these things happen again. We have a lot of really bright people in our city, bright people on our staff. Find the best and the brightest to help us get to the bottom of the situation. And that's about all. Thank you very much.
Next three speakers will be Jason, Remo, and Charlie Nguyen. So Jason, coming up. Thank you.
Frankly, I find it extremely disgusting that you somehow have the audacity to demand that we remain respectful and complete with decorum, like you expect us to not feel immense anger and frustration at you all. You seemingly show concern about the health and the well-being of the community, while you were able to ignore them while contracting and implanting private weapon manufacturing corporations such as GKN Aerospace, who have always had a history of negligence and violence towards the community and abroad. We have always known that these warmongering corporations have no place near our homes and in our neighborhoods. We've always been skeptical of them. The chemicals our communities have been inhaling for who knows how long is not an accident or an incident, but a direct consequence of your negligence and decision to choose profits and war companies like GKN over the life of people and community. You said yourself you never want something like this to happen. You said yourself you want to take accountability. You want to take accountability. You want this to never happen? Then get GKN Aerospace the fuck out of here. That is how you ensure this never happens again. That is how you take accountability. The community have always, and rightfully so, as seen in the past few days, never trusted these corporations who rely on manufactured wars and genocides and rely on human lives to be killed to turn a profit. Get GKN the fuck out of Garden Grove.
Remo.
This whole weekend, the entire Orange County community has been running around plugging leaks in your disaster response to keep each other warm and well-fed and well-rested in the wake of this totally preventable disaster. And let me be clear, this disaster was totally preventable, even as none of us knew that it could even happen. How many Garden Grove residents were aware that there was a bomb sitting in their backyards with enough explosive potential to rival the Moab? How many Garden Grove residents were aware that the GKN facility that houses that bomb has incurred $5 million in compensation for negligence?
How many Garden Grove residents were aware that GKN makes components for F-35 fighter jets, the same ones that drop bombs all across Palestine and the rest of the Middle East for the past several years? The answer is that very, very few of us had any idea that this kind of business was happening, and that was the whole point. GKN has done its very best to avoid public scrutiny, and the city of Garden Grove has been very happy to keep its secrets. You have been happy to keep their secrets until they spill. All 7,000 gallons all over Orange County. Shame. And even now, where has GKN been in all of this? Still hiding. All we heard from them all weekend was, oops, sorry about that. They think they can slink back into the shadows until the anger dies down. They think they can just settle a couple million in settlements and then continue expanding their facility, which would just mean more MMA in our community, by the way. Fuck that. Now that we know how dangerous GKN can be, the only thing that on anyone's mind is how to get them out for good. Make no mistake, council members. Anything short of that, and the next chemical spill will be on your hands. We want a moratorium on expanding the facility. We want GKN to pay for the crisis they've caused and for the environmental disaster that we're still waiting on and holding our breaths for. And then we want them to pack their shit and leave.
Speaker, your time is up.
Thank you.
Charlie Nguyen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and fellow residents. My name is Charlie, and I lived in Garden Grove since I was a kid and went to Patton, Bell, and Pacifica. I'm speaking today to urge Garden Grove to shut down GKN and adopt a moratorium on the establishment and expansion of military manufacturing facilities in our city. I come with two perspectives. First, as a resident living 2 miles from GKN, but secondly, as an environmental health researcher by profession. Studies have consistently shown that working class and immigrant communities like ours are disproportionately harmed by environmental crises. And one NYU study showed that plant closures have significantly reduced respiratory hospital visits immediately, and in turn, the health and economic burden imposed on our communities. The data doesn't lie. One review in the American Journal of Public Health showed that residential proximity to harmful manufacturing is directly related to adverse health outcomes. I want to emphasize that it's not just MMA, but also other air pollutants resulting from the combustion of surrounding physical structures. As such, it is unacceptable to allow GKN and similar manufacturers to continue to operate in our backyards, right by an elementary school, and allow them to profit while our community suffers, especially given their history of violations right here in Garden Grove, such as in 2013. I urge you council members to do what's right for our community, shut down GKN and moratorium now. Thank you so much.
Our next three speakers will be Trina Armstrong, Bobby Lou Smart, and Donna Vetri.
So this is going to be sweet and simple. I'm Trina, coming from Pomona. I'm a community organizer, activist, and I'm a part of the LA Greens council member. GKN is a multi-million-dollar company projected to go into the billions in the next coming years. It's complicit in the capitalization off of war, which is death of the people and destruction of our planet. This corporation has had several OSHA violations, several penalties for safety violations, resulting in them paying out millions for previous environmental violations. Not only that, but we can see the byproduct of this again with the failure to hold companies like this accountable, resulting in 50,000 residents having to be evacuated and in need of basic necessities like pads and diapers. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. And I want to remind each and every one of you that you represent the people, not the corporations and not the billionaires. I want you to know that the community is here in solidarity, and when they're telling you to hold them accountable to the fullest extent and shut them down. At the Green Party, it's simple. You mess up our planet or you mess up our community, you have to pay to the fullest extent. You don't get a settlement. You don't get a cop-out like you guys have given them before when they've caused similar harm to the community. So if you guys can't do your job, you will be voted out. Because the Green Party is willing and we're ready to uphold the people, not corporations. We're ready to uphold the people, not profit. So with that, I yield. All power to the people. Do your damn job and free Palestine.
Bobby Stewart, or Smart. Do we have Bobby Smart?
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me. Hi, my name is Bobby Lee Smart, and I am a resident of West Anaheim. So I was evacuated. So even though I'm not from your city's decisions have impacted me and my community. And I tell people all the time, I'm from the part of Orange County that Orange County wishes was not a part of Orange County, because we are too brown and we are too poor. And this illustrates exactly what I mean. We have so many people in my community, in my neighborhood, that could not evacuate. They did not have the money, they did not have the resources, they could not take their pets, and so they chose to stay and risk their lives for this, right? My household was able to get out, and I am grateful for that. But we also had to move 3 times because we didn't know how long this would take. So by the time we knew, okay, we need another day, the hotels were full. And then everything in the area was gone. And I'm traveling with 2 cats on top of this. So we also had to find pet-friendly hotels. We also have an over 100-pound tortoise that we had to leave behind because we could not evacuate her. So we were stressed out this entire time about her, plus the outside cats. This was preventable, as everyone has said. This company has violated things. This reminds me of Ford with their Pinto, when they chose not to recall those cars, knowing that they would explode because it was cheaper to pay it out than to recall the cars. This should not be here, okay? This is unacceptable. It is unacceptable that they are here. They need to be shut down. People need to be paid out. I am also concerned about our small businesses that may not be able to make their leases. So please make sure you hit the landlords on our small businesses. No one gives a fuck about Target, okay? I care about our small businesses that need to make their leases, that need to be able to pay their bills, and all of the employees that lost wages. So please shut them down. Please take care of our residents. I'm deeply concerned about all of this. And I am just angry that the decisions that people continue to make money for themselves is fucking over the rest of us.
Donna Vetri.
With all due respect, before we start the clock, is there anybody here that's an interpreter for the deaf? Do we have any interpreter here for the hard of hearing? Hard of hearing. Anybody, any interpreter that can interpret my conversation? Can we get them? You said that if I requested.
Of course.
Hard of hearing, thank you. And instead of clapping for people that can't hear, you're just doing this. Thank you, thank you. Because I think if we just do this and kind of, because I know the energy, and I'm an energy reader, and everybody right here is through the roof right now. So, and by no means am I an expert. So who's an interpreter?
Pardon me for just 1 second. We've had a development, so I need to pause for just 1 second. I apologize. Ma'am, just 1 second, please. I need to pause for just one moment. I'm going to ask our chiefs to take the mic for just 1 moment, and then we will get to your comment. I promise.
All right. You're good. You can leave that. Okay, good.
Apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, Chief Covey and I just received some additional information from our operational team at the command post, and I'm happy to report we are going to be lifting the evacuation in its entirety immediately. An alert will be going out shortly after these comments are made with you. If you pardon me for a second, I'm going to turn my back on you so I can address our audience.
Understood.
So if you didn't hear me, we just received additional data and information. We will be releasing the evacuation order effective immediately. Everyone can return to their homes that have been impacted and displaced. We thank you for your understanding and your patience. An alert will be going out county-wide and through social media platforms to alert those who have been displaced so they can get back. I'm going to pass it on to Chief Covey, who has some additional information on the process.
That's good news.
We did it. Okay, we were given 2 options. It was unacceptable. We found the 3rd option. We got it done. I told you that we were doing some critical steps today. We got the first one done. I've been texting over there with the operations staff at the field. We did not want to delay you going home. I just got positive news that the tank stayed stable since the 3 or 4 hours that we turned the water off, and all parties involved, the healthcare agency, the EPA, the technical experts, our hazmat team, in our full alignment, that at 7:30, an alert is going to go out on your phone, and all residents will go home. We'll drop it down to a 300-foot zone around the building, around the tank itself. Western will be closed for our firefighters' safety because they're going to remain on scene. I need them to be able to get from the fire station to the incident and continue their monitoring of the tank. But I did not want to delay you getting home tonight. I'm sorry to do this right in the middle of this meeting, but this is more important than anything else. We did it. We're getting you home.
Thank you. Thank you, Chase. Excuse me. Excuse me.
The alerts are going out. Please understand that those who may be impacted in the businesses, Western is shut down from Garden Grove Boulevard to Chapman, and there's information.
We're gonna.
If you have buildings in that area, trying to get that information to our community.
Excuse me. You may not speak to the police chief that way. Everybody in this room, if that is the behavior that you are going to enact, I will shut down all communication. Is that clear? We will have order in this room. Is that clear? You do not speak to our staff and our city this way. Excuse me. This is a public meeting. Yes, you are right. But there is a tact and decorum that must be overseen in this room. Next speaker.
You can start the clock if you like.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Okay, the first thing is, I am a high school chemistry science teacher from New Jersey. By no means, I'm only here 4 months. Come out to the coast, come to the beaches. Where do I wind up? Garden Grove. Okay, there's a reason why I'm here. The only person I will thank is Chief Covey. Your energy, spot on. Spot on. However, I'm not going to thank you, anybody here that's doing their job. I'm not thanking you for doing your job. As a teacher, I didn't expect parents to say, Ms. Fetri, thank you for teaching my child. That was my job. Here. Now, I'm just going to throw out some words. The Amber Alert. Do we ever recover those children? Because for 3 days in a row, we had Amber Alerts about children. And then right after the Amber Alert, we got to evacuate. Now, my situation is, I live on Brookhurst and Garden Grove. It's an 8th-floor story senior citizen. We were not evacuated. And not that I felt that we were left out, but why were we not included in this? Because my direction is this question is, if you didn't understand how this blast was going to go, how do you know only a certain amount of radius was going to be affected? So shame on people that are just condensing it. Do we know of any sleeper cells in the area? Again, I'm not asking for any comments. Do we know of any kind of GKN? Is there any representative here right now listening to us? Where are they? Where is that company to discuss this with us? And Mayor, my direction to you is, I know I'm out of time. Did you subpoena prior records of everything prior to
Speaker, your
this
time is up.
gentleman going over and getting any information? Okay?
Thank you.
Anything else? And do you want me to continue? Okay, okay. All right, so now I'm going to talk about being a paralegal. Hello. By no means. I'm Jersey Coast. I'm New Jersey. But for whatever reason, I've been called in this area. And when I'm called to be an activist or to stand up for the silent people, then I have to be here. So please use me. I already emailed your office on Friday morning. I don't know you. I don't know anybody here. But I felt the need because the silent voice, as we are talking about, and it's very disappointing on TV that we didn't have an interpreter for the deaf. Okay? That's a no-no in my book. So that's one thing going forward. The other thing is, this evacuation, how did we do? Did we get an A+? Did we get a D? I'm talking about the citizens here. Were we compliant to your evacuation? Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, if you only had 7 arrests, I think that's pretty good on the citizens' part, that we did a hell of a good job to understand the severity of what was happening. And I was in touch with an ex-employee from this aerospace, and she said, Donna, 3.6 miles, no, you need to be at least 15 miles out if this happens. Now, this is only opinions. This is only opinions. But you know what? The old saying is, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. The only other thing that I wanted to say, like I said, the evacuation, when you're scrolling, you're putting Cypress, you're putting Garden Grove,
Speaker, your time
you're
is
putting
up.
Westminster.
That's 4 minutes, yeah, thank you.
It was only part of it, so.
Thank you very much.
But please.
Thank you.
The next
Thank you.
speakers that we will queue up is Autumn, Nadia Alced, Sophia Awada. Autumn? Do we have an Autumn? Next speaker, Nadia Al-Said.
My name is Nadia. I'm a resident of Orange County. GKN Aerospace is a global company with hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue each year. They have a history of negligence in order to maximize its profits. This is not the result of one mistake. This is the result of an industry and a company that treats our community as disposable in order to line their pockets. GKN Aerospace manufactures canopies and other aerospace components for military aircraft, including the F-35 fighter jets. In particular, GKN produces major components that contribute to the making of the F-35, one of the deadliest fighter jets in the world. This fighter jet is a highly advanced combat aircraft that has been used to carry out Israel's aerial bombardment campaign against Palestinians in Gaza. The F-35 can carry up to 18,000 pounds of munitions, including 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs, and uses advanced sensor systems to identify targets, guide bombs, and conduct precision attacks. These atrocities are enabled and sustained by continuous efforts and U.S. funding and unconditional support. We demand an immediate end to the use of our tax dollars, our public land, and our public infrastructure to manufacture, to store, or transport the weapons that make this genocide possible. And now we are seeing the same tactics, the same conditions being inflicted on poor Black and brown communities here in Garden Grove and across Orange County. GKN is not fit to exist in our community due to the role they play in waging war in every corner of the globe. It is your job to make sure that they do not have a place here. In good conscience, we cannot allow GKN to continue and maintain their presence in Garden Grove after they have proven the disregard and neglect for the safety of the residents and their employees. Many of you spoke this evening about accountability and how this disaster is unacceptable.
Speaker, your time
It
is
is
up.
beyond unacceptable. It is abhorrent. You asked us what we
Time is up.
need. You asked us what we...
Ma'am, your time is up.
Next speaker, Sophia Awada.
Hello, I'm a resident of Garden Grove who has been impacted by the evacuations. And I understand that the evacuations have been lifted, but as a community, we want answers and we want accountability. So I would like to read you the demands of the GKN Out of Garden Grove campaign. First, reject GKN's expansion. The City of Garden Grove should not approve new permits enabling expansions or increased production capacity for GKN Aerospace's facility that has already created a major public safety and environmental emergency. Second, shut down GKN. The crisis surrounding the chemical leak has exposed GKN Aerospace's numerous failures of responsibility over the last decade, including serious environmental violations and their subcontract to manufacture components for F-35 fighter jets that go to the government of Israel. It's clear that GKN cannot be trusted to continue operating whatsoever. Moratorium now. The City of Garden Grove must adopt an immediate moratorium on new military manufacturing facilities and any expansions to existing ones, as well as review similar facilities' environmental regulation and labor standard compliance. The city must also implement a permanent 0.5-mile buffer zone between residential areas and military manufacturing facilities. These facilities have proven to be categorically hazardous and inherently prone to violating environmental regulations, labor standards, and international law. Thank you.
Next speaker, Celine Q. Noel, and then Karen Nguyen. So I'm queuing up your speakers. Celine Q. Noel will be next, followed by Karen Nguyen.
Hi everyone, my name is Celine. I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. Earlier today, we launched our GKN Out of Garden Grove campaign. We heard from multiple organizations and impacted community members, including from members of the Muslim community in Garden Grove, who shared that there are at least 3 Muslim schools within a few miles of the crisis zone, and parents and families are terrified. Our community has had to deal with the burden of witnessing a genocide of their people, while also dealing with the burden of being afraid to send their children to school because of the same chemicals that are used to make the genocide happen in the first place. So we are not going to let GKN off the hook. Why is a military manufacturer operating in a residential area? Why is it being allowed to expand? And why is it that after a documented record of safety and environmental violations, was it allowed to receive another permit to expand just 2 days before the chemical disaster? What we want is accountability. This company cannot be allowed to go back to business as usual. We are not going to allow GKN to wait for the media attention to die down, only to do nothing about their actions. People's health is going to be affected for a really long time. So what we need and what we're demanding today are preventative measures so that this never happens again. Because ultimately this is about whether the people of Garden Grove matter more than corporate profit. So if you want to protect residents and hold GKN accountable, reject GKN's expansion. Do not approve any permits enabling any expansions in Garden Grove. Shut down GKN. The crisis surrounding this chemical leak has exposed GKN Aerospace's numerous failures of responsibilities over the last decade, and also has exposed that there have been manufacturing components for F-35 fighter jets that Israel uses. Our communities should not be poisoned so Israel can get more military cargo.
Speaker, your time is up.
GKN Out of Garden Grove, shut it down, no expansions, moratorium now, sign the petition and get it on.
Next speaker, Noel.
Hi, my name is Karen Nguyen, and I live in District 1. I am one of the 50,000 evacuees. You have all heard the traumatic and emotional stories, so I won't share mine, though I will let you know that evacuating with 3 cats and 3 emergency backpacks was actually really hard. In general, I was mentally prepared for natural disasters, but never for a military industrial chemical plant leak. I never thought that something so dangerous is less than 2 miles away from me. Having GKN here is dangerous. In 2021, GKN failed to maintain required emission records for volatile organic compounds. And in 2018, they were in violation of not inspecting or maintaining all machinery. The most GKN has been fined for their past failures is at most $2 million. That's the cost of only 1 or 2 houses. That is completely unacceptable, and I don't want that in my backyard. Today's crisis is strike 3, and they are out. They clearly have a track record of caring for profits over people, and they're not welcomed in our neighborhood. Moving forward, I have 3 asks for the Garden Grove Council. First, the council must hold GCAN accountable and make sure GCAN compensates every victim for this distress. If GCAN needs to liquidate all their assets and declare bankruptcy, then so be it. 2, the council must enforce stricter regulations on all industrial businesses to ensure there will never be a chemical leak ever again caused from negligence and greed. Finally, 3, the Garden Grove should not permit any military industrial business, including GCAN, from operating in our city. We don't want pollution, we don't want war, we want accountability, justice, and peace for all victims. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers will be Sophia Peng, Jack Sachs, and Dwight Hua.
Hello, my name is Sophia. You have all failed us. You should have known about the immense amount of manufacturing companies operating in this community, as well as the chemicals GKN and other facilities use daily. Earlier today, I did attend Derek Tran's town hall where he claimed GKN had impeccable audits, if this was a one-off event. But if those audits were truly effective, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. The public deserves transparency on what was inspected, how often inspections occurred, and whether or not prior concerns existed, and who was responsible for oversight. This does not fall solely on GKN. Local government, regulation, and audit agencies and city officials have also failed to properly enforce policies to ensure these manufacturers are being audited and held to the highest standards. We want to see independent third-party audits of manufacturing facilities, stricter enforcement, and more frequent inspections, public disclosures of chemicals, violations, and inspection reports, and lastly, for accountability for both GKN and public officials who fail this community. Accountability cannot stop at statements and press conferences. It must result in measurable changes, stricter enforcement, and long-term protections for the people who live here. Thank you.
Jack Sachs.
Mayor and council members, Chief. I am a survivor of the San Bernardino fires. I double evacuated in a 12-hour period from where I lived and where my in-laws lived at the time. My complaint here, and I'm saying this from experience, I'm an asthmatic. My family's asthmatic, COPD, emphysema. Not letting us know ahead of time where that suggested cone could be for people with respiratory issues, and still not really publishing it. The only way I find out is calling the call center. You did a great job with the explosion. I understand that. I'm ex-military. I understand how those work. The fire tank was a great example. Not letting us know for respiratory issues, that explosion goes off, that's a 5-mile radius that it could have been going downwind for whatever was going to be in a problem area. And that's where I'm affected because I'm maybe 2.5 miles as a crow flies. So that's my concern. Consider your constituents, the health issues that could arise from a leak like this, and let those people know, because I was on the border. I'm at Catella and Dale, right there. I'm on the east side, the west side's all evacuated. The only reason I evacuated is because I know the risk of the chemicals. I'm asthmatic, I don't want my family suffering. We're still evacuated right now. That's still a risk for everybody that's respiratory concerned. I'm healthcare also. I worked in the hospitals as a phlebotomist. I saw this stuff on a daily basis with people on respirators, oxygen. We need to do better on that type of announcement for people with those concerns to evacuate as needed for those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dwight Hahn, After that, we'll have Nora Morales, followed by Zaina, and then Christine Edis.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Klopfenstein. My name is Dwight He. I'm a VRI staff member, a nonprofit organization that's been based in Garden Grove in over 7 years. I'm also a District 1 Garden Grove resident, and I actually live on the same square mile block as GKN Aerospace. I have not been home since last Friday, as many of the other evacuees. Honestly, it's been staying with friends, living out of a backpack for a while, but it really hit home when my older sibling is here to visit, and I don't even have a place to stay with them, as many other families hope to go home. And while it's been amazing to see our community come together at this time, our people, our neighbors, our communities are the ones paying the price for this disaster. And the question that's been on my mind is, why did this happen, and what is next? Why is a company like GKN Aerospace been quietly existing in our neighborhoods, quietly in our backyards? Where were all the alarm bells over the last 10 years with their settlements of over millions of dollars for the violations that they have incurred? So now the mask is off. And GKN has shown that they prioritize profits over people. This is not a mistake. This is a deliberate result of an industry and company that treats our communities as disposable, and we continue to pay the price. We demand accountability from GKN Aerospace, and the city, our elected body, who are supposed to represent us, can make a real impact to change this long term. We demand that the city not approve any new permits or to allow the expansion of their facilities. We demand that they shut down the facility of GKN in our community, and we demand an immediate moratorium for any new and future military manufacturing facilities. They are not fit for our community. They are not fit for Garden Grove. They are not fit to be a part of this community. GKN out of Garden Grove.
Nora Morales.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Morales, and I am a resident of Garden Grove, and I have my daughters. I'm divorced, and my ex-husband lives in Stanton, borderline Chapman and Beach. We both had to get evacuated, so I had to send my daughters to Los Angeles to live with their grandmother temporarily. I had to buy air beds. My daughters left without glasses and laptops when finals were around the corner. Today, not knowing when this situation was going to be settled, I had to go tell her, go get your glasses, Sarah, because you got to do what you got to do, and I am your mother. I had to do that for her. No one's talking about how this impacted families. My question is, as a teacher, I am a teacher. I would never put my children's life in danger. Never. And my question to you is, what have we learned from this situation, and what are we going to do different? That is my question to all of you. Because if I would never put my children, somebody's children's life in danger, what are you going to do to not put our lives in danger? I am sick of this, and I was really contemplating my next step of where I'm going to put my family for a safety, for stability for my daughters. They already went through a lot with the divorce, so I got to make sure that I protect them in the stability that I had to. So I had to make a decision. I don't know when this is over. June 1st is coming. Do I pay the rent, or do I go rent somewhere else? I do not have a problem leaving Garden Grove, but you're going to do something about this situation. I am angry, and I hope that we learn from this experience and do something different. And when I saw this paper right here, that it says that the city of Garden Grove approved permit, when you know that they were failing, it sickens me. It sickens me that you approved it, because you would not approve of another gunman to go into a school and shoot children, would you? Would you? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. So you got to protect these families and the neighboring neighborhoods around these families. I had to send my daughters out of here.
Your time is up. Next we have Zaina.
I just want to say you guys are not directly impacted, and that's why you are trying to silence us. But we are the ones that are impacted. We live there. We were evacuated. Look at us, Mayor. Look at me, Mayor. We were evacuated. I'm Christine Lopez-Edis. I'm a resident of Garden Grove District District 1. I was born and raised in the city of Stanton, the neighborhood directly affected. I also attended Wakeham Elementary School. I currently live in the West Garden Grove area, where we were told to evacuate on Friday, May 22nd at 7 a.m. I'm here to demand that the city hold GKN accountable for their negligence and their repeated environmental violations that have placed our communities at risk. The GKN facility uses a toxic, harmful chemical that should not be manufactured 100 feet from homes. This is a public health and safety issue. South Coast QMD filed environmental violations. Where was the city's leadership? Perhaps since you don't live near the facility and it's primarily surrounded by Stanton residents, Black and brown people, my heart goes out in support of the Stanton and Garden Grove residents who are still evacuated, the students and staff of Wakeham Elementary. We just had a tree and bench dedication honored to a teacher who gave generations to this diverse and vibrant community. City code enforcement is quick to catch homeowners' violations. Where was the city to address and prevent this health and safety crisis? The city must do better, and those who looked the other way should be held accountable. And that includes those at the county and federal level. We have just started to see the impact. Neighbors still being displaced, children missing school, and our community bearing the brunt of living expenses at a time when just the past year we have seen 4% inflation. The matter should be taken seriously. Our Stanton residents and community of Garden Grove deserve answers.
Our next speakers are going to be Max Nguyen, Toby No, and Tim Fan. Next speaker, Max Nguyen.
We need to ask, why is JKN and their industrial plant even in the middle of their neighborhoods? And when we look at the answer, it's apparent that this is not a mere accident. This is a deliberate consequence of what happens when profits are put over people. My name is Max Nguyen, and I stand before you all here today. I was born in Garden Grove, and I'm currently a UCLA student, to call out your utter hypocrisies, contradictions, and the direct complicity that this city has played in manufacturing the GKN disaster. This catastrophe is what happens when politicians, like some of those that sit before us today, platform war and genocide for a paycheck. This is what happens when you lick the boot of imperialism. And so I ask you, when people lose their livelihoods, when children miss out on their education, and when thousands of our residents are displaced, how does that rubber boot taste? I'm demanding that the city refuse to house companies like GKN that act as the arms and legs behind the violence we see in Palestine and across the global south. Your hands are bloody too, and now it stains the soil of our city. We are feeling the imperial boomerang. And also, Mayor Pro Tem, you posted to Facebook that the quote will, and I quote, "The tank will explode sometime today." You need to be held accountable for the libel, the fear-mongering, and the frankly predatory behavior you released on Facebook. The people want GKN out, the people want Garden Grove to cut ties with genocide, and the people want to shut it down.
Next speaker, Toby No. Toby No. Following is Tim Fan. After that, we will have Rami Abazad.
Hello, I'm Toby. Garden Grove has been my home, and it's a place I intend to stay. And all these speakers have been so great. Just wanted to say that all my peers here have been absolutely fabulous. And we just want this place to be better. I want to grow older here. I want to see the city develop to a place I'm proud to call home, and I'm safe. And you know, the community and the city have been working together to treat the issue, but there is so much work to be done. Prevention is much more preferable to treatment. It's clear that GKN's negligence has displaced tens of thousands of people, and you know, made people spend money that they can't afford to. And not only that, GKN has made record profits and makes money off of international conflicts. You know, they're tied with Israel's military capabilities. This is not a place, that's not something I want. That's not something we want in our world that we envision for our children, for ourselves. There's a risk, you know, for us here, but it's also a death sentence to families abroad to have industries like this exist. We have a responsibility, we have an opportunity here to actually make a difference and drive the world towards a better place right now. This is your responsibility. I trust you, you can do it. And you know, we can push them out. We can push GKN out and build something from the ashes. We can build something entirely new, push for businesses and places that value human life, that value our community, that do not value profit and do not put profit over our community. Please take the leap. Please show courage. I want to live here. I want to continue to live here and be proud to call Garden Grove my home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tim Fan.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tim Fan. I am the Civic Engagement Manager for Viet Rise. On Friday, I helped evacuate my father. He lives a block away from the aerospace facility, and as with many older Vietnamese people, he is a refugee. And he did not receive clear evacuation instructions. He wasn't told how serious the situation was. So like many people, he did not have time to pack his medications or gather his essential belongings. And after I spent time with him, made sure he was okay, I went to the Garden Grove Center, and then I went to Freedom Hall. It was astounding to see that there were no Vietnamese-speaking volunteers or staff on deck. I myself volunteered, as some of you saw, to kind of assist Vietnamese people in learning what was going on. No one really knew. And it was very, very astounding to watch older people, people who were immobile or couldn't move, get turned away from lack of spaces. And many of these elderly people, especially the Vietnamese, are refugees from the Vietnam War. For them to again flee their homes into uncertainty, to have reawakened these buried memories, these traumatic memories, because this particular company, GKN Aerospace, is a manufacturer of the war machine that is supplying and supporting the F-35 fighter jet program used to oppress what is going on in Gaza. This City Council needs to address, why was this facility still permitted to operate despite a history of violations? What other companies still exist in Garden Grove that may similarly harm residents like they have? That's why we're calling on the City Council to do more, to take immediate and concrete action, to stop the expansion of their facility, to adopt an immediate moratorium on military and aerospace facilities or expansions to existing ones, and ultimately shut down GKN. The public needs timely information and a report of what is happening in the area and how its operations could impact residents like the ones we've seen this past week. We look forward to decisive leadership and accountability from our elected officials. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Rami. Then following Rami, we will have Jimmy Webb, Andrea Wayne, and JC.
Hello. My name is Rami. I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement, and I'm a member of this beautiful Orange County community. I'm here today. I came here today to voice my outrage with what we've been seeing, this situation that GKN has caused in our community, this lack of accountability that we've seen. And we began this meeting with you, Mayor, speaking about accountability. I think sitting here in this meeting, what I've heard is the people that you claim to represent making their demands, their voices heard. I've heard the demands of ending any expansions, requests from GKN. I've heard demands to shut down GKN and to also enact a moratorium in the city against any weapons manufacturers, any companies similar to GKN that not only pose a direct threat to the public safety of the people of this community, but also a direct threat to and pose direct violence and harm against the families of people living in your community. And with that, I would just like to urge you, listen to your constituents. Listen to the people as they make their demands clear. Thank you.
Next, we have Jamie Webb.
Hello, my name is Jimmy Webb. I'm a resident here in Garden Grove. I've been a first responder for almost 20 years now, and I've been involved with incident commands throughout the county, the state, and federal level, even all the way in New York. And I can say, from what I've seen here, you guys ran a very good incident command. It's more than just you guys are our elected officials, our city staff, okay? You guys put your lives on the line, or on hold as well, to make sure that the residents that were impacted, while most of you got to go back to your homes, I can recognize that. But I saw our staff sitting there living at the incident command post. I saw our chief filled with pride, okay? I saw our fire chief, you know, he was filled with passion. Our Garden Grove police chief was there making sure our residents were safe, our neighborhoods were safe. To only have 7 people arrested is an awesome job, chief. Thank you. George Breidigam, he's a part of the incident command system from his 35 years in the police, law enforcement. And please be respectful, all right? If I can request my time back, Mayor. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Breidigam, I saw you out there. All you needed was some sunscreen, okay? But you were out there and you were doing what you... Please be respectful. Seriously. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Let's just try to get...
Thank you, George. You took your years of experience and you brought it here to our city. I thank the Lord for putting the right people here. Cindy Tran, I saw you out there handing out lunches and food to everyone that were impacted at the shelters. Mayor Klopfenstein, I thank you for going around doing everything that you needed to do as a leader for our city, for our citizens. Lisa Kim, thank you very much.
Speaker, your time is
I will
up.
say thank you to everybody because Joe Devin, I know you will hold everybody accountable. We will get the answers that we have or that we need. I know you will hold them accountable, Joe. But this isn't the place tonight where we're going to get those answers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Andrea Wayne. After Andrea Wayne, we have JC, and then we have Habiba and Mai Do. Andrea Wayne. JC. Habiba.
Greetings, council, everybody, the people. One, I just want to say to the people, to the community, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that this corporation came into our city and placed their chemicals for warfare in an immigrant, mostly populated city. Part of me wonders, as you're all sitting here, as you've probably been through the last few days on social media, getting comments, a part of me wonders if y'all feel opposition. Let that say, like, do y'all feel opposition, like in this room? Because if you feel opposition by people who are demanding what they're demanding, that says something about how your leadership is functioning. I want to ask you, but not only that, but I want to ask you to lower that sense, right? Because I sense that's like a survival or some kind of self-preservation thing that's, you're like, well, they're attacking me. Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. It's about your job. It's not about your personal, you may live wherever you live, fine, but it's about how you did your job, right? That's why I hear a lot of people also praising you because they're like, oh, you did a good job, sure, whatever. But it doesn't end there. I think that's the main point. People are saying it doesn't end here, right? We want GKN out. We want GKN and facilities alike out. It's not gonna be a mission, sorry, Fire Chief, it's not gonna be a mission accomplished if we don't get them out. Because if it happened, it's not a matter if it happened, when it happens. Your crew, they're gonna risk their lives again. I can't imagine what it was like for your crew to be in that hot zone. Because this greedy ass corporation that sends military to murder kids and other families, you know what I'm saying? So think about that too. I want you to be in support of this, you know? Be in support of the people. That's another way to be of service, you know? So I do thank the firefighters that were there, you know? But please side with us. I don't know if y'all have a union, side with us. Make sure GKN gets out and corporations like
Speaker,
them
your
get
time
out.
is up. Next, we
City Clerk, please hold. I have a request. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break. Thank you. As the city clerk calls your name to speak, if you could line up on the wall over here, that would be helpful just to, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Speaker Habiba. Then after Habiba, we have Zaina and Noel.
Good evening, council members. My name is Habiba. I'm a resident of Orange County, and I'm speaking today to demand that Garden Grove put people over corporations and kick JKN out of Garden Grove. Residents of Garden Grove do not want warmongers embedded in our local communities. JKN Aerospace is a global company with hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue each year, has operated for decades, and has a history of negligence in order to maximize its profits. This is not the result of one mistake. This is the result of an industry and a company that treats our community as disposable in order to line their pockets. We refuse to be complicit in enabling a genocide to be carried out by way of weapons companies operating in our own backyards. We cannot allow JKN to continue and maintain their presence in Garden Grove after they have proven their disregard and neglect for the safety of the residents and their employees. We are here to demand an end to JKN expansion, moratorium now, and shut down JKN. For everyone here, if you want to get involved in the arms embargo JKN out of Garden Grove campaign by signing the petition on bit.ly/JKN out of GG petition. JKN out of Garden Grove, free Palestine.
Next we have Habiba. Following Habiba, we have Zainab. After that is Noel, then Maido.
Hello. Mayor, you opened this meeting stating that Garden Grove City Council must hold GKN accountable and do everything it can to ensure a chemical crisis like this does not happen again. I am here, along with many other community members, to demand you uphold your promise by meeting the demands of the community and the GKN out of Garden Grove campaign to 1, reject the expansion of GKN and not approve of any new permits for expansion or any increased production capacity that has already created a major public safety and environmental emergency with long-term unknown impacts, to shut down GKN, who has had numerous environmental violations since 2013, and who exists to build components for F-35 jets for Israel to continue its genocide on the people of Gaza and enact a regional war. And we demand a moratorium now on any new military manufacturing facilities and any expansions to existing ones. There is no way to rectify the damage that has already been done in terms of what has been lost. The only way to move forward is for City Council to meet the demands of the community, to kick out GKN out of our community and never allow another war profiteer to put their profits over our health and safety. For everyone here, if you'd like to get involved in the arms embargo and GKN out of Garden Grove campaign, you can find more information on our flyers or follow us on PYMLAOCIE. And I highly recommend you all get involved because it is time for our community, who has continued to show up day in and day out, to protect one another. And we have seen how City Council has refused to do so again and again. Thank you.
Next we have Noel.
Hello, I'm coming in space of Noel today. My name is Zyler from Anaheim, Anaheim. I come up out here to speak rhetoric or look around. The city has the same amount of beds in any given shelter as they do seats here at the City Hall today. 200. Citizens with exacerbated health issues. I heard a story of a woman being unable to charge her pacemaker. Does that sound right to you? To hear the news that a short few minutes ago to lift the evacuation order when there's no ordered information or the safety of an environmental impact isn't simply rash, but harmful to the community. We need to hold GNK accountable. GKN manufacturing methylene methacrylate, a chemical that remains unresearched, will harm the working class blue-collar people the citizens of Garden Grove, the ones who are unable to take a seat here tonight, who should be here tonight. The city of Garden Grove is underprepared to take care of the primarily migrant community, 50% of the population. The news presents GKN as an aerospace company. Let's make one thing clear. They're a war company. GKN has partnerships with war manufacturers like Anduril, which make weapons responsible for war crimes in countries like the Philippines, Palestine, Iran, and even more border surveillance technology to attack migrants at the United States-Mexico border. $5 million paid out in nearly 50 EPA, FAA, OSHA violations in lawsuits over the past 20 years. They are in our community. Compare this to the growing profit of $5 billion. GKN must financially reimburse the thousands of members of our community for the acute disaster response, but the looming disaster coming in the coming days, months, and decades. CEO Peter Dillon is not here to address the people and listen to the community. His company is responsible. Council members, your silence speaks volumes of who you truly listen to. Council members and politicians here, you are naysayers and arbiters of the doom of the people you allegedly represent. You are complicit. Listen to our demands. Stop the expansion of GKN. Shut GKN down. Start a moratorium now. Hold GKN CEO Peter Dillon accountable. Make GKN pay. GKN out of Garden Grove.
Next we have Maido. Following Maido, we have Oscar Zamora. Following Oscar, we have Kenny Lee.
Good evening. My name is, I'm Dr. Mai Window, Research and Policy Manager with the Harbor Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice. My family also lives in Garden Grove. The city has the responsibility to make sure residents aren't living near dangerous and toxic facilities in general. And so we're here urging you to explore using the powers over land use and zoning at your disposal. At a minimum, consider a temporary moratorium on expansions to existing military facilities, military weapons manufacturing facilities, and in the long term, explore a buffer zone on any military weapons manufacturing in general in the city. There's plenty of examples to look to, including Burbank's buffer on gun stores, Monterey Park's data center ban, Santa Ana's moratorium on industrial manufacturing, and Garden Grove's own prohibition on commercial cannabis business activities. So this would not be unprecedented even for Garden Grove. Military weapons manufacturing is overall categorically hazardous and highly prone to violations of environmental regulations and labor standards. Military service members often report having long-term health issues just because of exposure to these materials, not even in combat. On a personal note, half of my family includes machinists who build weapons components. They're the ones on the assembly lines. It's extremely dangerous work. If there were other jobs for machinists that could be more available to them, they could take those jobs. And I'd really hope that Garden Grove can be a leader in helping to promote those safer jobs. Overall, we're here to urge the city of Garden Grove to show leadership and at least taking the first step to explore policy options regarding land use, whether that be some kind of half-mile buffer zone, or at least, again, that temporary moratorium on expansions to similar facilities. Residents and workers deserve peace of mind knowing they won't have to worry about living and working under the same conditions again. Thank you.
Maido.
City Council, Mayor, my name is Oscar Zamora, and I'm here with the Party for Socialism and Liberation as a concerned and pissed off community member to speak directly to people's demands. To start, I want to say shame on all of you for turning this community meeting into an unmerited and unnecessary praise festival for our severely overpriced and over-militarized police force. Shame on all of you for praising yourselves. What we witnessed these past couple of days was nothing short of a catastrophic failure of our public institutions to meet the immediate needs of the people in crises. You're proud of yourselves for making a couple hundred beds available in 72 hours when there were 50,000 people evacuated. I also didn't see a single police officer help move citizens' belongings. As per usual, the people in organized community were left to fend for themselves. Can you tell me something? Were those heavily armored vehicles useful for protecting our community in this scenario? Or are they only good for policing black and brown bodies? It's like, we spoke to hundreds of citizens immediately after, and most were forced to sleep in their cars or return to their homes unsure if they would be gassed to death into sleep or blown up off the face of the earth. For the duration of this emergency, the state must have used the eminent domain to mobilize open local hotels and empty housing units from corporate institutions to house families affected until it was declared to be safe to go home. City Council, you opened this meeting with the intention of holding GKN accountable. Please put your money where your mouth is. For the sake of people's lives, you must make true of your promises. We the people demand the immediate shutdown of all operations of GKN Aerospace and that they be barred from conducting business indefinitely and that the entirety of their assets are immediately liquidated and distributed to the affected citizens. GKN workers must also be immediately given access to jobs that are safe and allow them to live
Speaker, your time is up.
with a dignified life. Finally, war manufacturers must be banned from conducting
your time
business
is
in our
up.
cities. Having only just become aware of the existence of this genocidal corporation so close to home, I'm still in shock.
Our next
Sir, your
speakers are
time is
gonna
up.
be, next speakers, our next speaker is gonna be Kenny Lee, Maza, and Rodrigo.
It's time to stop, sir. We need to get to the next speaker. Thank you. Sir, I've asked you multiple times to please stop. Your time is up. Your time is up. The next speaker.
Kenny Lee.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kenny Lay, and I'm from Garden Grove. I was born and raised here. I mean, we all have heard the demands from our community members to shut down weapons manufacturers in our backyards, but I also want to present this as an opportunity to rebuild what world we want to live in. In Garden Grove, you have the opportunity now to not just shut down an aerospace engineer, a war manufacturer, but to rebuild things that are beneficial for the community. This is a chance to really create input from a community that has felt disenchanted, angry, and disappointed by our leadership here. Crisis is always an opportunity to do things better, and I think if there's anything we can take out of this today, we can acknowledge the fact that shutting down weapons manufacturers is a call for a better world, and that's a world that you all can create. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maza. Following Maza, our next speakers are going to be Rodrigo, Garay, Seymour, Seymour, Edwin McDonald, and Tracy Law.
Kualitutaki, good afternoon, ni toka masa, ni toka tekpat. Nikan yes notlali at Nochan Tongwa. I say good afternoon, my name is Runny Deer. I come from the Deer Clan, Obsidian Knife Clan, and I want to say that place needs to be shut down. As a tribal member, we're enrolled tribal members. We do demand that place gets shut down. That's on stolen land. That's a sacred site under there, and that's what I'm not hearing. With all due respect, not only that, but we Native people, when I heard and seen on TV and social media about displacement, I hear the stories. As Native people, we know what it feels to be displaced. Well, being removed from our ancestral lands. There's a lot of sacred sites like Disneyland, Arrowhead Pond. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's not being talked about. But I want to take the time and prayers for the brothers and sisters that are being misplaced, or they're being not ignored in shelters, or not being been ignored and not getting that assistance. And I hope our white brothers and sisters and all of people of color listen to the prayer that there's 90,000 ancestors in universities, in boxes. Native Americans, Senator James Ramos, you're doing a good job. If any of you have a connection or a way to get a hold of these ancestors, please remove and let us rest in peace. We belong not in universities in boxes. 90,000 Native Americans. I'm going to say a prayer. Thank you. Oi kamote, oi kamote, oi kamote, oi kamote, and to our Vietnamese Americans, we like the pho soup. Thank you for your beautiful mural too. Thank you for your culture and Little Saigon lives. Thank you.
Rodrigo, Garay. Seymour, and Edwin. Next is Rodrigo Garay. Rodrigo Garay.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Rodrigo Garay. I live in Garden Grove, as a matter of fact, District 1. It's been very devastating. I ended up sleeping in my car the first day. I had to go to the 24-hour fitness in Cypress. After that, because of the gas prices that went up, I couldn't be driving around looking to where I was going to go. Ended up finding out by social media and the network that I belong to that Golden West College had opened a shelter. That's where I ended up, and that's where I'm at right now. After I leave today, right here, I have to find a way where I'm going to go and where I'm going to be. One of the things that I want to say is, thank you to everyone that was, they did what they were supposed to do. The back of my mind is the cost, right? The cost, it doesn't matter, but at the same time, the reason that I bring up the cost is because this could have been avoided. It could have been avoided because there should be zero tolerance for GKN, and we need to end the military industrial complex hoods that are in these neighborhoods. If you drive around Western or any of those little communities, I guarantee you that we will find an industrial complex component because they have piecemealed the industrial complexes where they're in different little communities, and we know they're in there. We need to find them, and we need to hold them accountable, and we make sure that no immunity for these industrial complexes. We should not have immunity from the local government all the way to the federal government when this investigation happens, which it will happen. We want to make sure that there is no immunity, they're held accountable, and remember, shortcuts kill. I know that the fire department did not take any shortcuts. That's why we're in the position to win, and we got averted, right? No shortcuts for any of these companies, even if they have MMA, benzene, vinyl chloride, trichloride, chloride.
Speaker, your time is up.
Look up for these. Make sure we look at any cases, any precedent. We need to hold these places accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm here as a concerned citizen, and first, before addressing you, I just hope that the 50,000 some folks are safe and we're able to find somewhere to sleep. And it sounds like Garden Grove has dropped the ball in a large way in that capacity. I also just want to start by thanking the gentleman that was here doing ASL interpreting when asked. There was no Garden Grove interpreter available, and that's what happens. The people help the people. We keep us safe. Okay? Much like, as this was all going down and there weren't enough shelter beds, the police were putting up barricades and protecting property and capital, not people. The people who were protecting the people were the mutual aid organizers, the ones that have been out there keeping people fed, doing food banks, helping people get housed. Those were the people that filled in the gaps that you all created. So do better. Firefighters, thank you for keeping people safe and doing everything you could, despite how fucked up this company is and that they put you all in danger. Okay, I hope you're treated better than some of the first responders that have come before you in many places who have to go with their hat in their hand to get the health care they need, AKA 9/11 first responders who are still trying to get care. So the bottom line is, I have a prediction. When you're asked to shut down GKN, you won't. When you're asked to make them pay for it, you won't. And what you'll do instead is say, oh, that'll put us in a lot of threatening, we'll be liable for litigation. If we kick them out, we'll lose our tax base. Those are the statements that are for the people who are responsible for this. You should be talking for the folks that are the victims of this.
Thank you. Pardon me for 1 second. I believe our chiefs need to leave for a second. Thank you. You can call the next speaker.
Okay, the next three speakers we're going to queue up is Edwin McDonald, Tracy Law, and Kaylin. So next is Edwin McDonald. Tracy Law.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tracy Law. I'm the Executive Director of Viet Rise. Our office is located here down the street in Garden Grove. We've been here for 7 years. As you heard before, Viet Rise has staff members and members who have been forced to evacuate or house their loved ones who had to evacuate. Before I begin, I also want to thank the council members that I happen to have seen the most on my feed. Council members Minuton, Arostegui, Nguyen, Tran. You know, a speaker earlier today, hours ago, had so astutely shared that we need to address the root cause of this disaster. And I agree. The perpetrator of this disaster is GKN Aerospace. The root cause is this company deciding that its profits matter more than the public health and safety of all the residents that live around it. This company handles dangerous chemicals in the middle of working class immigrant and refugee neighborhoods, while manufacturing components for the F-35 fighter jet program, one of the deadliest weapon systems in the world. These are the same jets that are factually, with evidence, being used by Israel in the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. We're suffering here from GKN's carelessness so that the company can make money off the weapons that Israel uses to commit its destruction and genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. Residents, everyone that lives around it, I live a few miles away from the original evacuation zone. We deserve to know why a company tied to both environmental danger and global violence continues to operate in our neighborhoods and in our backyards. We have a clear blueprint for the city. We are members of organizations that want you to succeed in the aftermath of this disaster. We want to work with you to make this happen. So we're calling on the City of Garden Grove to reject GKN's expansion, enact a moratorium on any future military manufacturing, expansion in our community,
Speaker,
and
your time
permanently
is
shut
up.
down this facility. Thank you.
Kayleen. Following Kayleen, we have Zyler. Following Zyler, it'll be Albert. So Kayleen.
Hi, my name is Kayleen. I am a District 1 resident. My family's been in Garden Grove since the 70s. We've had our current home in District 1 for over 20 years. My family was evacuated on Friday morning at about 6:09 in the morning when a unit from Irvine PD came up our street with a siren and the loudspeaker telling us to evacuate. Unfortunately, I don't know what's going on with the equipment. No one could hear what he was saying on the loudspeaker. So all we heard was a siren. Me and some of my other neighbors went out to ask, what the fuck are you saying? No one can hear. What is happening? So we were told there was a chemical spill at Chapman and Western. My entire neighborhood had vastly differing interpretations of what that meant and how quickly we needed to evacuate. I got my family out in under 20 minutes. I have other neighbors who spent a couple hours packing before leaving. Not only were most of the hotels full due to the holiday weekend and a lot of graduations, but all of the shelters were filling up. The first reunification center we were sent to, when they said go to the Stanton Civic Center, I said, that's too fucking close to the chemical spill, and I left, and sure as shit, that place was closed down, and people were sent to evacuate the reunification center and leave to another place again. So, I already laid out some logistical problems. Secondly, keeping in mind how the evacuation orders were dispersed, my neighborhood got our evacuation orders from each other. I don't have to explain how that scenario would allow our more isolated, elderly, or disabled community members to fall through the cracks. In fact, accessibility for the disabled seems to be a problem with the City of Garden Grove, as we've had multiple people come up requesting accommodations or translation, and the city has nothing. In fact, I want you to pay attention to who's been excluded here. How many people in the City of Garden Grove maybe wanted to come and talk to you but didn't have translation assistance? You know damn well how many people in the city don't speak English as their only language or as their primary language. Why don't we have Vietnamese translators here? Why don't we have Spanish translators here? Why don't we have ASL
Speaker, your
interpreters
time is
here?
up.
And furthermore, the way the city has gone really belies how, the way this meeting has gone belies how the city feels about the sacrifice zone east of Knott. You guys started talking about this incident like it was already over while we still had 16,000 people who were still under
Ma'am, I
evacuation
apologize,
orders.
your time is up. Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm sorry, but your time is up. That's how this works. Sorry.
Zeiler? Zeiler?
Good evening. My name is Dylan. I'll be speaking on behalf of Zeiler, who had to leave early. I'm a member of Anak Bayan UCI, a Filipino youth and student organization fighting for the rights of Filipinos here and back in the Philippines. And I've been a longtime resident of Garden Grove for 7 years. I have to ask if you've actually spoken to those affected by this incident. While I was not evacuated, I've had many close friends leave behind their lives with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Living 5 minutes away from GKN Aerospace, they were unable to find shelter and were forced to shell out $250 a night at a hotel. They said in all this time, they received little to no support from the city, and I've seen similar sentiments at evacuation shelters from Los Amigos to Golden West, where migrant families, mothers, children, and elderly and disabled have been met with more questions than answers. Why are they allowing these facilities near residential areas and schools? And make no mistake, this chemical disaster is not natural. It is the result of a weapons corporation with a long track record of safety violations. It is the result of GKN's war profiteering, producing weapons that have been used on Palestinians, but also the GKN Simba vehicles that were used in the military siege of Marawi in the Philippines. Our government has been using public funds and resources in order to resolve a private corporation's brutal mistake, and the whole time GKN has remained silent, releasing only a pathetic statement. 50,000 community members' lives were upended, and they deserve accountability and compensation. GKN Aerospace earns $500 million of revenue yearly, and they need to actually pay. Let's continue to raise these demands while fighting against GKN's expansion, and for GKN out of Garden Grove. Prove with your actions that you actually value people over profit. Thank you.
Next speakers, we're gonna have Albert, Zion, and then Amy after that. So next speaker, Albert. Albert Chavez. Okay, we'll move on to Zion Powell. Amy. Do we have Amy?
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Amy. I'm actually a Long Beach resident, previously living in District 5 of Garden Grove, and still have family in District 5, just minutes outside of the evacuation order. The way that this was handled was extremely, it was just bad. There's no way other to put it. And there's been a lot of great things already said about GKN. I'm not gonna get into it. You guys have heard it. But what I wanna talk about is what you guys are gonna do next. Because as somebody has already said, there are multiple other facilities here in Garden Grove that can produce just as much of a dangerous risk. And so what are you guys gonna do to prevent this? Because I've seen a lot of people saying you guys did a great job and how could you prepare for this? But that's what emergency preparedness is. It's preparing and having a plan. It's unacceptable that you are unable to house your residents and expect them to figure it out. And at the end of the day, it's left to these people to help each other. And you guys go home to your house and applaud yourselves, give yourselves a pat on the back as if you did something good, and truly you didn't. So what are you guys gonna do to prevent this? What are you guys gonna do to plan for this? In case of an emergency, again, where you need to evacuate 50,000 people. It's unacceptable to give 3 places to reunify them and then tell them at 9 p.m. or at midnight to travel 9 miles down to another location. A lot of people don't have transportation. People can't afford a $6, $7 gas price. Like, expecting people to figure it out is unacceptable. Do better. And honestly, the way that you guys have treated your constituents just tonight, saying that's how it works, no, it's not. That's not how it works. We pay your salaries. You're paid by the constituents. It's unacceptable. And at the end of the day, I want to remind you guys that you guys are also working class, and it was shown by Orange County Fire Authority having to go in and risk their lives because your failure, and you guys permitted this two days prior. Do better.
Next, we'll have Gray, followed by Forrest. Then we'll have Nicholas Dibbs. Gray.
Is it too late? I'm Zion Powell to speak. Is it too late?
I'm sorry, who?
Zion Powell. I think people were telling me that I was called.
Zion Powell? Yes, I have your card. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm very glad that it wasn't my specific neighborhood that was in the zone. Because if you guys know anything about Buena Clinton, it's like the slums, honestly, right? There was a shooting, rounds, on Christmas Day, just last Christmas, right? They put in a whole security camera. It was welded off in less than 3 days, right? This is a very impoverished, brown community. We would have been way worse off than the people that had to evacuate now. And I just want to say, in a world like this, right? Capitalism. People not being so insecure in their finances to where things like this destabilize them and just completely, it's crippling, right? It's crippling, excuse, but I just, we have people like Joe Doven, right? You guys have, you say things like having a mashup holiday between Native Americans and Columbus Day. Who does that? We can't trust you already. We're disenfranchised in capitalism. And you guys want to act like
time is up.
One second. You guys want to act like this is just, fun and games, city council, 2 minutes. This is people's lives. People are homeless. On Westminster, I see somebody taking a deuce.
Ma'am, I appreciate you, but your time is up.
Next speaker is going to be Gray.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, please leave the podium.
Following Gray.
Thank you. We need to call the next speaker. We need to call the next speaker, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Following
Ma'am,
Gray.
your time is up. We're going to call the next speaker.
So for now, we will have next speaker, Gray. Following Gray, we will have Forrest. Following Forrest, we will have Nicholas Dibbs.
We have a point of order. Please, City Attorney.
Once she gets a warning, we can ask the Sergeant at Arms to leave her out.
Thank you.
I'm Gray. I'm here as a concerned neighbor. I hope the council has been paying attention. There's been so many great public comments, people with strong voices making powerful points. I don't even think I can make a stronger point, but First Amendment is real, so I'm going to use it. Companies like GKN have zero business situating themselves in the middle of residential areas. This was a recipe for a disaster from the beginning. It was irresponsible at best and wicked at worst. Taxpayer money should not be wasted. It certainly should not be used to fund harm and suffering of the community paying them. Companies like GKN cause waste, pollution, and this weekend it put the whole community in danger. There's toxins in the air, displacement. the emotional component from fear and uncertainty about the situation. And there's the fiscal component, not providing guaranteed shelter and food, making people pay out of their own pockets to navigate the emergency, and pay jacked up hotel prices in a time when prices on everything are already too high. This is absolutely unacceptable. I think this council needs to adopt some kind of screening policy so that companies like GKN are never allowed to set up operations in the city and cause a situation like this again. And also to show solidarity with the communities abroad that will be destroyed by the weapons that they make. Protect your citizens, compensate them for any damages or inconveniences, and get GKN out of Garden Grove.
Next speaker is Forrest.
All right, you can all go fuck yourselves. I say this with the kindness of my heart. What I noticed is your bitch asses put some complimentary Coca-Cola, which is on the BDS, by the way. You put all that shit for yourselves, and you have fresh coffee and water for everybody. But for the people that have been in their cars for days, that have been sitting out here, you fucking pieces of shit, where's their coffee? Where's their hors d'oeuvres and shit? You all know every single person that came up here is right, okay? You're now on the wrong side of history. This country has killed millions of Iraqis for weapons of mass destruction. And here in Garden Grove, y'all have a fucking weapon of mass destruction. And you guys are just like, hey, let's give everybody a fucking pat on the back for doing your fucking job. Are you fucking kidding yourself? There's a fucking genocide. There's no more shame. Your ancestors don't even fucking claim you. You guys are pieces of shit. And I don't know, the only thing I can tell you is, if you can please go online for this petition link, bit.ly, GKN out of GG petition. Please utilize your time as constituents to empower yourselves to throw these fucking cocksuckers out. And you should all be ashamed of yourselves. I mean, I don't even know what to say to the fucking white bitch behind me that said Jesus loves me. Guess what? Jesus comes from fucking Palestine, the place you're fucking bombing with your bitch ass fucking weapons. Fuck you, free Palestine, you fucking pieces of shit. I hope you don't go to sleep tonight.
Next speaker is Nicholas Dibbs. Following Nicholas Dibbs, we'll have Honi Ruiz. And following Honi, we'll have Luis.
I need a point of order, please. Excuse me. We have a point of order. We're gonna need to take care of this, please. Yeah, I'm gonna recess 5 minutes, please. You wanna leave? No, we're good. I think we're okay.
Just wait.
No.
We'll let you.
Yeah,
You should be reset.
You're right. Well, we're recessed though. We're fine. And we're going to be heading into matters, and we have item number 2.
Item number 2 this evening is adoption of a resolution ratifying the proclamation of a local emergency on May 22nd, 2026 concerning the expected failure of chemical tanks on property located at 12122 Western Avenue.
Mayor, really quickly, under the emergency regulations of the city council, under the municipal code, and also under state law, the city manager had the authority to proclaim a local emergency, but that's only good for 7 days. Within 7 days, the city council needs to ratify the action. The item before you is to ratify the action in calling a local emergency, and that's what's before you today. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Great, thank you very much. Colleagues, questions or a motion?
I'll move it. Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilmember Tran?
Yes.
Councilmember Jovin?
Aye.
Councilmember Muñetón?
Yes.
Councilmember Aristegui?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brigham?
Yes.
And Mayor Klompenstein?
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes, motion carries.
Fantastic. Quickly, before we adjourn this evening, we are going to go through matters just like we would at a regular council meeting. But before we begin, I just want to say what great news it is to know that the evacuation zones have been pulled. I want to congratulate OCFA for their incredible work to get us to this point, as well as our Garden Grove Police Department and all the mutual aid we've seen throughout this entire event. It has been nothing short of incredible to see the teamwork, the camaraderie, the collaboration and coordination that has brought us to this moment in time. So thank you so much. It's wonderful to know this evening that people are back home. With that, we will start in District 6.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, God, guys. Good evening, everyone. It's been an interesting 5 days. But I want to make sure that I give my comments to the community, both in English and in Spanish. So I'm going to begin my comments in Spanish. En estos últimos 5 días hemos visto cosas que nunca hemos visto en nuestras vidas como residentes de esta ciudad. Entiendo que todos han sido inconvenienciados por este evento y agradezco a todos nuestros residentes por seguir nuestras órdenes de evacuación tal que no hubo pérdida de vida. Me gustaría también agradecer a nuestros empleados de la ciudad y a nuestros policías y bomberos por ayudar en este proceso. Como la representante del Distrito 6, quiero agradecer a todos nuestros vecinos que salieron a abrir sus puertas para sus otros vecinos, que le dieron una bienvenida a sus amigos de Garden Grove y también abrieron sus hogares a los residentes de otras ciudades como Stanton, Cypress, Buena Park, Anaheim y Westminster. Quiero agradecer específicamente a nuestro Elks Lodge, que está localizado en el Distrito 6, por abrir su propiedad para hospedar a los evacuados durante los momentos de incertidumbre. Quiero también agradecer a nuestro Emergency Pet Clinic of Orange County por abrir sus puertas para las mascotas, para que los residentes que no tenían acceso a un lugar donde poner sus mascotas se sintieran un poco más cómodos. Ahora, con las noticias que nos presentaron nuestro jefe de policía y nuestro jefe de los bomberos, es el tiempo para tener accountabilidad. Todos aquí queremos accountabilidad. Ahora es el tiempo de reevaluar las pólizas que nos trajeron a esta crisis, incluso al nivel del condado, estado y el nivel federal. Ahora es el tiempo para asegurarnos que no va a pasar esto otra vez. Gracias a todos nuestros residentes y a nuestros vecinos. También en los últimos 5 días he visitado varios albergues, he platicado con varios de nuestros vecinos. Igual que ellos, me he sentido frustrada por muchas de las mismas razones que ellos y las personas que vinieron hoy a platicar compartieron. Este proceso será largo, será arduo, será frustrante, pero será. Gracias a todos nuestros residentes que vinieron hoy, porque sé que algunos de ustedes vinieron desde un albergue. Y como dije antes, ahora comienza el trabajo de encontrar la contabilidad. In the last 5 days, we've seen things that we've never seen before in our time as Garden Grove residents. Certainly never have seen them in my life. I understand that so many of our residents have been inconvenienced by these events, that they've been moved from their homes. And I want to thank all of our residents for following and heeding these evacuation orders such that we had no loss of life. I'd like to thank all of our city employees. You guys, I'm so incredibly happy that so many of you guys came in, stepped up, especially for working really, really long hours. You guys were not, you guys are not first responders by trade, but so many of you guys stepped up to the occasion. I want to thank our first responders, our police, and our Orange County Fire Authority. And as the representative for District 6, I want to make a specific thank you to all of our residents that opened their doors to their neighbors and to their friends and welcomed people not just from our city, but from neighboring cities like Stanton, Anaheim, Buena Park, Cypress, and Westminster. I also want to thank our local Elks Lodge for opening the doors of their property on their own volition and welcoming evacuees and making them feel a little better about this terrible situation. I also want to thank our emergency pet clinic of Orange County for taking in so many pets, as many as they could, to help make pet owners feel a little bit better about having to leave their home knowing that their pets were going to be in a safe place and well taken care of. And now we have the time for accountability. All of us here want accountability. And it's time to reevaluate the policies that brought us to this crisis, even at the county level, the state, and the federal level. And it's time to make sure that a situation like this does not happen again. Thank you again to all of our residents and all of our neighbors. In these last 5 days, I've had a chance to visit shelters, to speak with so many of the affected residents, and I've felt frustrated, just like many of the people that were here today. This process will be long. It will be arduous. It will be frustrating, but the process will happen. Again, I want to thank all of the residents that came here and shared their experience, especially because I know that some of you came here directly from shelters. And again, now begins the time and the work of seeking accountability. Thank you.
Please.
I want to start off by acknowledging that the last few days have been very difficult for our community. I want to first thank, foremost, our city staff for their hard work the past few days. I can't shout out any specific department because everyone, and I witnessed everyone, has done their share. I also want to empathize with those who came and had to evacuate and be temporarily displaced. I want to thank all of those in attendance tonight who came out to speak and all those who emailed in. I also want to acknowledge that there are probably people who wanted to be here to speak, but are burnt out for the past few days. Lastly, I want to thank Garden Grove community who has lended a hand to help a fellow neighbor, whether it was across town, a friend, a relative, a small business, or a local nonprofit. Everyone has done their part. And it is time now for us as a council to be and to do our part. We need to work together to ensure there is accountability and transparency. We should be having serious conversation about whether we should be allowing these types of facilities so close to residential areas and schools. As a teacher, it shook me to my core to see so many of our schools in close proximity to the GKN facility. With that being said, I would like the city staff to come back to council with a proposed ordinance that updates our zoning regulations so that we can prohibit future facilities where chemicals like MMA and other chemicals deemed extremely toxic to the community by experts to be within the half-mile radius from the residents and schools. I would also like to see a proposed ordinance for a 45-day moratorium on new similar facilities or expansions. I, of course, am not a scientist or a professional in the area, but I would like to see staff work with leading experts to see what is possible. And can I get a second?
Second.
Can we call for a vote?
Mayor Klobuchar?
I'm sorry, yes?
We're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote for Councilmember Yesenia Muñoz ordinance, calling for a 45-day moratorium on facility expansions or new facilities. Is that correct?
So, two things. Number one, if there's no majority vote, then it can still come back for discussion only, not for action. If there's a vote and majority vote for action, then we bring it back with a proposed ordinance. We'll do the best we can.
May I ask? Yeah, thank you very much for the point. Is there, Councilwoman, would you be all right if we came back for a discussion? I don't know at this point in time that we have enough information, considering we just got people home this evening. I would like to hear some more expert advice on the situation before we go to that measure. I'm fine to have that discussion, and I think we need to have transparent discussions on those topics. I'm fine with that. But I think for myself, I'm not comfortable voting on that tonight. I would like to see more information brought back from staff to make sure that we have a better understanding in detail, which I think would also benefit the public.
Well,
Mayor,
I'd second that, but I'd
Councilmember.
like to see a longer period than 45 days possibly, based on what information staff came back with.
Let me clarify my second, and that is to bring it back for discussion, not to take action.
Is there a substitute motion? Are you proposing a substitute
Yes.
motion?
I'll second the substitute motion of the mayor to bring it back for discussion.
Would that be in the June, what would that be, the June 9th?
Madam Mayor, members of the City
Yes.
Council, we are still recovering for the last 5 days. I am absolutely prepared to bring back information and additional detail for council discussion and consideration. The next 2 weeks is just a very heavy lift for myself and staff. I would like some time, if I may, just to work through that. And the amount of time I don't know right now, if I can come back with an update, and then it may be additional information requested by council, but if I may have until end of June, that gives me the next 3 to 4 weeks to bring you back some information. And if I can bring it back sooner, I would. And if I will continue to keep you apprised. The council has requested more information and communication as they come live, and I will work on that and make sure that you continue to be aware of what's happening on a daily basis, on a regular basis, and that's my commitment to the council and to the community. But if I may have a little bit more time to bring back items for discussion and provide more information to the council.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
And I do think that's fair. I really think Councilwoman Yesenia's motion needs some serious thought. I don't know that 45 days is enough. You know, we might need to go at least 6 months so we can get, we need time as staff. You know, right now we got the budget coming due, we got all this other stuff coming through, so I think it's wise to give staff the extra time and let them compile the data for us. And, but yes.
To confirm, we had a substitute motion moved by Mayor Klopfenstein and a second by Councilmember Dovin. And
Correct.
that is to bring back a discussion
Yes.
item in the future. for a
Yes,
future
with an
meeting.
extended timeline to give city manager to bring it back sooner or at the earliest within the next couple meetings.
But we're in agreement with you, and that we want this information to come back, and we want this discussion, but I think we just need more time. So, I guess we have to vote on the substitute motion at this time, okay?
We vote on the substitute first or the first?
I think,
Substitute needs to be voted on first.
Okay.
Councilmember Tran,
For substitute to bring back? Yes.
Councilmember Dovin,
Yes.
Councilmember Muñetón,
Yes.
Mayor Klopfenstein,
Yes.
Member Aristegui,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Brightingham.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes vote. Motion carries.
Do you have more comments?
Our city has gone through so much. And I really want to commend our city for all the hard work that they did. Police, firefighters, you guys went beyond. Our city staff, taking the load 24/7, double shifts, and bringing those concerns to us as well, letting us know what it is that the community needed, was very, very helpful. I want to ensure that our community does not go through this again. We shouldn't put our public service, our emergency responders, in harm's way, yet alone our community. And I want to make sure that we stay accountable to our word, that we hold them accountable for what they have caused in our city. I want to thank everybody else who was involved, who came, other city members, other city community. It was amazing to see other elected officials come out and support. We did not know how to handle this matter, and I commend the city of Garden Grove for doing it in a manner that was respectful, that was the best way they could function, the best way they gave it their all. They started from zero, from one day to the other. They started from zero, and I just want to say I am very grateful from the bottom of my heart. I wish I could have done more for you all, and I would call and I would try my best. What can I do? How can I help you? I appreciate you. Thank you. That is all for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I take my hats off to the people of Garden Grove. I thank you. Having more than a quarter of our population evacuated or under evacuation order, that's a very tall order. Thank you for your cooperation and your understanding of the difficult times we are going through. Yes, we are doing our job. We don't need to be commended to do our jobs. And the constructive criticism is well taken. The outrage is justified, but the profane outbursts are not justified. So I thank you for the people who came and spoke in a civil manner and respected each other. We're all victims here. We don't need to victimize each other. We know who the perpetrators are, and we will hold them accountable. But let's not weaponize our language and attack each other. It's not going to solve anything. The people who are solving our problems for us are the first responders, the men and women on the ground, who's, out of an abundance of caution, have saved lives. They're the true heroes, and they continue to work for us day and night, in and out, 24/7. So we have to acknowledge that. The threat level has been lowered from red to orange to yellow. We're not out of the woods yet. We're not in the green yet, but we're closing in on completely mitigating the danger. The vast majority of our community members in our city and in the neighboring cities have been very, very cooperative, very understanding, and have allowed our first responders to work diligently and provide for the health, safety, and welfare that we are all enjoying. If it wasn't for their hard work, we wouldn't have a meeting tonight. And we got good news in the middle of the meeting. I know we have a lot of work to do. It's ongoing. Nobody said the job is done. Nobody's celebrating. Nobody's declaring mission accomplished. We're here taking all these eggs in the face here tonight. And we hear you. You've been receiving the emails. We know you're mobilizing for moratoriums and other things. We can't satisfy everybody all at once. We can think globally, but we have to act locally. There's a Vietnamese saying, "Một con sâu làm rầu nồi canh." A single worm can spoil a whole good pot of soup. We don't want any worms among us. We had a lot of very, very considerate people here tonight. And then we had one or two whose outburst caused us to have to clear the room. I am a free speech absolutist. I've always said that. But I'm not for the weaponization of language to attack each other. That's not welcomed here. Lastly, I'm on the same page as my fellow council members, but I'm not looking for an ordinance. I'm not even looking for a vote, a second, on my proposal to agendize a safety review resolution. And I know staff is overworked, but at some point when we get past the hustle and bustle and the crisis phase, we may look to implement safety reviews across the board to see if there are other bad actors, violators in our city, identify the potential dangers, suspend or revoke their permits, and implement safe-proof measures, measure by measure, to eliminate the threat, not a political threat, a physical threat of harm to the people in our community. And that can come very quickly once we're out of the woods. But I will call for a resolution for safety review of all the industrial practices in our city. And if you are found in violation, you will be suspended of your permits, and and we will not issue new permits for you to be conducting business in our city. That is what I will recommend and agendize, and we can get that later after more important things to stop the crisis dead in its track. And we've mostly done that. So tonight, I call on every family to hold each other tight. Husbands and wives taking care of each other. Parents who came and spoke tonight taking care of their children. Children who's taking care of their parents and grandparents. We need more of that. We need to put people over profit, yes. We shall put people over power. And we will put people over politics. That is what we will implement across the board. This is not a political movement. This is a people movement. We'll do it together here in Garden Grove and set some examples for other people in other cities. Nobody wants a toxic bomb in their backyard. Certainly Garden Grovers and our neighboring cities don't want that. But we can't solve all the problems overnight. It's going to take a little time. The only reason we haven't spoken to it is because we had to let the first responder do their job, and they've done it well. They put out constant press releases, and they've minimized the danger to the point where it's almost eliminated. We thank everyone for their patience. Those who are evacuated are now under order that they can return home. That's good news. And we'll keep working hard for you and delivering on our promise to hold those responsible accountable. We look forward to working with you as the citizens and members of our community in every district, not in just D1, but our entire city. And I think we are going to get a lot of help from the federal government, from the state government, on down to our senators, our Congress members, our supervisors, our city mayor and council member. So everybody's coming together. We ought to get behind each other and finish the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
My heart go out to all the family that were impacted. Also from this event, we see our community come together. Thanks to all the volunteers, thanks to our staff. By being there, then you just feel amazing how our staff work quickly. Just within a couple hours, they were able to have 3 shifts, 3 rooms of people, volunteer from staff, just to support, start with the car. And then our police, the OCFA, and nonprofit group, many people came together. And I feel so great that just to see everybody came together and support each other. On the first day, I was at the site from 6 a.m. and during the day until midnight, just try to help people to go to shelter. And seeing our staff helping, try our best to provide transportation, food, movie, snack, do whatever we can so that way we'll help the residents during the difficult time. And then the second day, I was during the morning with the mayor all the way to 2 a.m. So that way I could deliver food and snack to the volunteer, to the people that at the shelter, the Red Cross people that just there to help our residents, and so on and so forth. The day after is very similar thing. So I just want to take the opportunity to say thank to everybody who step up, our staff, the people that we don't see. I didn't know until I go there and see, you know, many of the staff members were in the room taking phone call at midnight. Everyone was tired, but we want to make sure that we do what we can for our residents. Also, I want to say thank to all the businesses who provide food, Bake and Chair, Food Plum, V-Land, Holic for 100 bowl of noodle, and then the youth group come to help, and the nun try to start up the shelter so that way we would have more room. Like I said, just amazing to feel that. I was at many shelters where that the residents were just trying to cheer each other and being good spirits. Yes, thanks to the speaker that came tonight. We heard you, and we will make sure to take action so that way we don't have this same situation in the future. There will be a lot more work for us to do. But we will make sure to work on that with our staff and look into, you know, what can we do so that way we will protect our residents from harm way like this time. I know that I just kind of gonna go abnormal a little bit. I'm gonna just say a couple words in Vietnamese because we don't have Vietnamese translator here. Xin đại diện các nghị viên và thị trưởng ở đây xin cảm ơn những người thiện nguyện viên đã tới giúp và những cơ sở thương mại đã ủng hộ đồ ăn và thức uống và giúp cho những người di tản trong những ngày qua. Thành phố chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức nỗ lực để trong tương lai chúng tôi sẽ không có những chuyện như thế này để xảy ra. Xin chân thành cảm ơn những người nhân viên của thành phố, các sở cứu hỏa và cảnh sát là những người mà đã trong những ngày qua làm việc 24 tiếng đồng hồ để cho giúp cho những người dân trong những ngày qua. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Tonight, many of our residents come to this meeting to express their strong concern and opinions. Yes, we hear you. We know this emergency has been frightening, stressful, and disruptive. We sympathize and will do anything to prevent this mishap happen again in the future. We know families have been displaced, business have been interrupted, employees have been affected, and many people are understandably anxious about what's come next. Our city recognizes the real hardship for this create for resident worker, business owner, customer, and the surrounding communities. We want people to know that the city see what they are going through and is focused on helping them through this. More than this, first I would like to compliment to our resident, our evacuate resident was respond and cooperate resiliently with our first responder. Accordingly, evacuate and moving to temporary shelter. Next, I would like to compliment to our mayor, to our city council, our Garden Grove city manager and city staff, city public works, our Garden Grove police chief, Al Farah, and police departments. And more than that, I strongly compliment to Orange County Fire Department, Chief Covey, and all OCFA stations was responding quickly to provide our residents with security, safety. Thank to all the temple. For example, Temple Yakli and all the temple, all the church was providing food and comfort to many, many of our evacuated residents. We understand our work ahead, still long way that we have to take care. There's many things that we have to do. We have to make sure the company that do this will be accountable. And we want to make sure that nothing like this will happen to our residents, to our neighborhood again. Thank you.
Well, we've had a interesting 5 or 6 days. You know, I'm frustrated, I'm angry. There was a lot of successes and a lot of failures, and the after action, we're gonna remedy that. The failures will be fixed. You know, I gotta say, we were gearing up for a celebratory weekend. You know, Strawberry Festival, the parade, all the stuff that goes along with that. We were all here for the Strawberry Ball on Thursday night and honoring the Man and Woman of the Year. And my phone blows up. There's a hazmat incident over in my district. So I take off, get over there to the command post. Mayor Klopfenstein was there shortly after. And, you know, after much mitigation and, you know, initial evacuation and whatnot, it looked like, okay, this is gonna be resolved. And but you know, so we went home, probably about what, midnight or so. 4 o'clock in the morning, my phone rings. It's not over. You get that call, and you know what that means. We got there. I got there to the command post. Shortly thereafter, I think the mayor was already there at that point, and it was, this is bad. We were told by all the experts, they had SMEs, they had all the, you know, this is going to blow, and it's going to blow today. And it's not going to be good. A few hours later, it was determined that, oh, maybe it might blow or it might rupture. Either of them are terrible. It was the good work and the refusal, and I mean refusal, to accept only 2 catastrophic options by the OCFA that bought us the time that led to the divine intervention. And I don't know how else to explain it. The OCFA kept throwing water on this thing to cool it, to buy us time, to figure out There's got to be another plan here. There's got to be something else on the table. And that time was crucial. Because then the crack occurred. And the crack occurred in probably the best place it could possibly occur. Anyway, it was an emotional weekend. I think I saw some miracles. I saw some real positive things in our community. Neighbors helping each other. I saw service clubs stepping up. The Elks Lodge, they stepped up large. Kay Kearney, God bless you and your crew out there. But kind of the unsung hero here too, and yes, OCFA, Garden Grove PD, oh my God. But kind of the unsung hero here that's not getting, is our city manager, Lisa Kim. She put so much stuff together to get things rolling. And all of our directors, every one of them was involved. It was all hands on deck. It didn't matter if you were, parks, if you were IT, if you were community service, everybody was involved. All of our directors stood up tall and, made everything happen. And then city staff. Yes, they're paid professionals. But they gave up their weekends, they gave up their holidays. They came in to make sure our community was safe. So I'm really glad to see how that all came together, and that all came together because Lisa Kim kind of molded that into place. We had some failures. We had some failures with the county and the Red Cross evac centers. And, this was an unprecedented incident. It has never occurred in this country, something like this, to this degree. And I'm sure the county's gonna learn from the mistakes. I heard a lot of stories going to, the evac centers, and I saw the travesty of people sleeping in their cars, old people being turned away, the constant movement of the evacuation centers. First Stanton City Hall, then it's Cypress City Hall, then it moves over to Garden Grove Park, and now we're going over to Fountain Valley to Miles Square Park, and then now we're looking for, it caused a lot of confusion, a lot of angst from the community for those people who had no other means, no other means. I was right on the border, and I was fortunate to be on the other side of the street of the evacuation zone. My daughter lives on the other side, so I had to deal with some evacuating her and getting her into my house and her cats and whatnot. So, being directly impacted by that also caused a little tension. But I have questions of my own. I read in the Orange County Register that OSHA had failed this company on some inspections, resulting in significant fines and whatnot. Then I come to find out that, OSHA inspections don't get reported to the local governments. That's unsatisfactory. That's something that needs to be resolved. When OSHA, OCFA, whoever it is, does an inspection on something, there needs to be a notification made to the local government. Plain and simple. And that, I don't know if we need to, if that's already a law that exists and it wasn't being followed. I don't know if that's a law that needs to be created by our legislature at the state level. But there was some shortcomings there that need to be fixed. Accountability for GKN, yes, definitely. But beyond that, even before we can start pointing fingers, we need a claim system installed for our displaced residents so they can get their money back as soon as possible. There's a lot of people that had to spend money and they're living paycheck to paycheck and they can't, this was just kind of the nail in the coffin for them. We need to get a website up ASAP. We need to get in contact with GKN, and we need to make sure that there's some kind of quick methodology. And I do mean this needs to be a priority after this incident is secure and safe. That needs to be one of the first priorities. People need to have a place to go, and it has to be easy, user-friendly. I can do it on my phone. I can do it on a computer, whatever. And upload their receipts, upload all that stuff, and let's get that process quick. I don't know who's paying for it. I don't care. I really don't. You know, if we work all that out with, you know, our finance team, if they determine, okay, the federal emergency order, we're going to get money, or the state's going to do it, but it needs to be processed sooner than later. Or GKN needs to step up and start paying these people. That's the ultimate thing. I mean, they caused this mess. We didn't vote on any of these toxic chemicals to be in our community. We never did. Our council has never voted for anything like that. All right? So GKN needs to step up and make sure our community is paid and those claims are processed quickly and our people are inconvenienced as least as possible. You can tell I'm a little frustrated, so I'm gonna keep my comments there, but we are gonna go forward. This incident is not over, it's still ongoing. It's been reduced now that all the residents can go home. You can go home. It might take a little bit longer to deal with the aftermath at the scene, but we need to make sure that our community is taken care of and all the people are home, are paid in a timely manner for their inconvenience. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We appreciate your thoughts on all of this, and I want to commend the entire council. Thank you for stepping up and all of your actions to participate. When this happened, everybody just jumped in. What can I do? How can I help? And I think we all did that in so many different ways, so it's very commendable, and I appreciate all of you for your actions and your compassion towards the community, your desire for deeper questions and more answers. And I think we have a lot to unpack, a lot to process, and a lot to work on, and we're going to do it diligently and transparently. And we're going to stay engaged and make sure the residents hear from us often, from city staff often, and we're going to compile everything that we have to make sure we get to the bottom of this. We will hold GKN accountable. We have a lot of work to do. Staff has done an incredible just amount of planning and work to lift the call center, to keep things moving. We've never experienced anything like this. It's completely unprecedented. And so we've had to learn on the fly and on the go, and we've answered the call. And that's what Garden Grove does. When the chips are down, when the hard times come, we answer the call. If somebody says, I need help, we say, what can we do? And the answer is always yes. That's the amazing thing about this community. We have so many people with big hearts that care so much. And just when I think I couldn't be any prouder of this community, I am. And again, I can't thank enough our Orange County Fire Authority, our Garden Grove Police Department, our Public Works Department, all of our directors are sitting in the audience tonight. All of them have gone over and beyond the call of duty on this incident. It's really been amazing. And to our management staff, everyone it's not, oh, I need to go home. Oh, nobody complained. Everybody just said, we have work to do and we're going to get it done. Because ultimately it was all about you, the residents. Making sure that you were safe, making sure you were healthy, and ultimately getting you back home. The work is still done, and we know that OCFA has more work to do on site, but for tonight, people are back home. And I've said it several times, I wasn't gonna be able to take a deep breath until that was accomplished, and I'm so very grateful. We were able to see some masterful work from our staff and from our public safety and law enforcement teams, everybody coming together with a collaboration and a coordination that I've never seen before. It was unbelievable to sit at that command center and watch the work that was done, go to the call center, see staff, just see the amount of work that was able to be compiled in such a short time. Everybody knew their lane, everybody knew what needed to do, and it's the most incredible amount of teamwork that I've ever seen. And like I said, I couldn't be more proud. And we have a lot of work to do, but for tonight, everyone's back home. And again, I think as a council, we can all say we're very grateful for that. With that, I'll see if there's anything else from our city manager and city attorney this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I too, this is an unprecedented set of circumstances. Never in my wildest dreams would I imagine calling Matt at 3 a.m. with an idea, and he probably will never take my call at 3 a.m. from this point forward. But without him by my side, without Ursula, my 2 ACMs, these last 4.5 days would have not resulted in some of the most extraordinary work from our city staff and our department directors. I also want to take a moment to thank my colleagues from all the other adjacent cities that were affected. Mayor Pro Tem Brightigam, I take your challenge to work with whoever I can find that will listen to me to secure the resources for our residents, to the residents that were affected by the evacuation, to our businesses that were affected, as much resources as we can. I will knock on every door to at least begin the conversation of bringing some resources as soon as we can, and I take that challenge. My team is probably like, what does she sign up for now? And you know what? We're ready to bring our community back together and make sure that they're healthy and safe. And I too am thankful they're home safe with their families. And as always, thank you for your support of our team.
Mayor, members of the City Council, we did have 2 closed session items earlier today, and there's no reportable action, and there's not much more to say. Thank you.
With that, we stand adjourned.